15 years before Kyuubi's attack on Konoha. Minato Namake's age, 7. A deep voice with the sound of authority broke the silence. "Minato, come here, boy." A blonde, blue-eyed child answered. "You wanted me too, San?" "Minato, my boy, you have been the only person so far who has not been consumed by our kekkei genkai. We would like to send you to Konohagakure no Sato. Our clan is going to die, and you are our only hope," said the deep, authoritative voice. "Tusen, what do you mean? What's going on in the clan? And what do you mean, kekkei genkai?" said the scared boy. "Minato, our clan has a kekkei genkai that allows us to be able to steal our enemy's kekkei genkai after understanding how it works. The easiest way for us to steal the enemy's kekkei genkai is to kill our opponents and studying their carcass. That would be no problem, but along with that ability, we are given a strong urge to kill anyone increase our knowledge. You, my son, have been the only one who has the kekkei genkai, but has been strong enough to fight the urge. Normally by the age of 3 or 4 Namakes has attempted to kill, but you are now 7 and show no signs of major bloodlust. Tusan, our kekkei genkai, is the voice in my mind telling me to spill the blood of every person I come close to," whimpered the small boy. "Yes, son, our kekkei genkai gives us the urge to kill everyone but our fellow clansmen and potential mates. The murders in the nearby farming village is due to our clan. Nobody else knows about this, but I heard rumors that the village found out and are sending a large army of ninja to eliminate us. We are sending you because you're the only one who has the most control of our kekkei genkai. This may be caused by your mother not being a Namakase. I guess many years of inbreeding has weakened us. We will seal your kekkei genkai to prevent any massacres from happening in Konoha. I believe your lineage will be able to control the kekkei genkai better than any of us." Boom. Fuck. They're here. Minato grabbed this backpack. There is a scroll in there that contains all the scrolls of our clan. To open the seal, you need to apply blood to the seal, and it will open. Minato in the backpack. It also has your Konohagakure citizenship papers, a key to the condo that a spy of ours used to live in before he passed away from old age, and 10 million Ryo. Oh, and before I forget, you will be able to tell which is your condo by pushing your chakra on the doorknob. If it is the right one, then a Namake's symbol should appear on the door. I love you, make me proud. Kekkei genkai seal no jutsu. A very intense pain was felt by the small child all around his body. "Tusen, it hurts so much," screamed the child. "Everyone give me a little of your chakra to me, so I can send Minato to Konohagakure no Sato with the Hiration. Alaid, Kurangel, and Amikatsu-sama." That was the last day Minato ever saw his clan, and the day the child, known as Minato Namakase, was no more. He was no longer a child, but a man. A quite small man because of his age, but he was every bit a man as the next guy. Seconds later, the boy landed right outside the door of the condo of the Namakase clan. With a fully stacked tear, the boy wept at the door of his condo for a few minutes. "Hey, boy, what's the problem?" asked the man wearing a white robe with red trims. The Sandaime Hokage was doing his daily strolling around the village because he needed some time away from that damn paperwork, so he created a bunshin to pretend to do paperwork while he walked around. "I've finally found the use of that useless jutsu they teach in the academy nowadays," thought the cheerful old man. After noticing the man's clothes and reading the kanji on the hat, the boy found out who the man was. The boy thought, "I guess my mission has started. I need to conceal my emotions for a little bit so I can enroll into the academy. I'll grieve later when I get inside my apartment," thought Minato. Minato, control your emotions. Act well for however long this might take. We have a lot of time later to grieve, thought Minato to himself. "Sorry, Hokosama. I was an orphan, and I remember the day my parents were killed, and the pain I felt that day came rushing back," the boy lied. "Ah, sorry, kid. Anything I can do to make you feel better?" said the truly concerned Sandaime. Hoping the Sandaime didn't catch his lie, he quickly said, "Hokage-sama, I would like to join the Ninja Academy. It was my parents' dying wishes that I become a shinobi, so I can protect those who become precious to me. No problem, my boy, come with me to the Hokage Tower, and I will help you fill up the lengthy application that repulses 80% of our potential academy students. Hokage-sama, is it really that long? Blinked the wide-eyed blondie. Jiraiya was sitting on top of the third Hokage's head on the Hokage mountain when his pervert senses were tingling and the wind whispered the blonde boy's message into Jiraiya's ear. That's what she said, came a voice from the top of Hokage mountain, and a man was quickly running to the spot where the blonde and Sandaime were at. Upon hearing the voice, the Hokage face planted, recognizing the voice as his student Jiraiya. After finally finding the blonde boy and the Sandaime, the odd-looking man with white hair asked his sensei, "Sensei, who is this young boy?" "Hokage-sama, who is this very odd-looking individual with the exceptional hearing?" questioned the youngster. After recovering from the face plant, the Sandaime said, "Jiraiya, this boy wanted to join the academy, and I was taking him to the tower to have him fill out the application." "Oh shit, the application? Damn, I remembered I was in your office for like 3 hours filling that piece of shit out," shivered the Sannin. "Walk with us, Jiraiya." "Hey kid, do you still not know who I am after hearing my name?" asked the Sannin, hoping the kid would recognize him. Nope, never heard of a Jiraiya." With this being said, the white-haired male face planted. Recovering at a speed unknown to man, Jiraiya bounced up and jumped into his trademark pose. "I am the gallant Jiraiya. Still don't know who you are, mister," questioned the kid. Jiraiya heard those words and face planted so hard he was taken away to be healed by Tsunade. The face-palming Sandaime quickly explained who Jiraiya was. "Nanny, are you telling me that odd-looking individual is one of the legendary Sannin?" the shocked blondie exclaimed. "Yep. Oh, we are here at the tower. Follow me in my office." While they walked to the office, Minato was shocked at how much the people respected the Hokage. 3 hours later. "Finally, I finished that packet. Here, Hokage-sama," the blonde quickly said as he was giving the Sandaime the application. The Sandaime didn't even look at the gigantic application and dropped it into one of the bins lab-led accepted into academy. Minato saw this and looked around for a bin lab-led denied from academy, but was unable to find one. He assumed there was no way to not get accepted to the academy, which was partially true. "Nanny, you didn't even look at the application. Why did I have to fill it out?" questioned the blondie in frustration. "Oh, well, 99.99% of students that fill out the application will get accepted into our academy." "Oh, so it's basically impossible to not enter the academy?" questioned the child. "Well, depends on the answer to this next question. What is your reason to join the academy of Konohagakure?" The blonde thought hard, hoping that he wouldn't fuck up. "Hokage-sama, I want to join the academy, so I can become strong to protect the people I care about, so the same thing that happened to my parents will never happen again. It is also a dream of mine to become the Hokage." Surprised by the reason the boy wanted to join the academy and his dream to become Hokage, the Sandaime stood there for a second, shocked. "Well, my boy, I respect your reason to join the academy and your longing to become Hokage. What is your name, my boy?" "Hokage-sama, my name is Minato Namikaze." That was the first time that legendary name was heard in Konoha. Meanwhile, in Yuzushiogakure, a red-headed girl was being informed they were going to send her off to Konohagakure and have her learn in Konoha's academy to become a ninja. The girl hesitated at first because she did not know many people in Konohagakure other than her fellow clansman Mito Uzumaki, who married into the Senju clan. "Kushina, did you get your stuff packed?" a woman yelled. "I'm almost done, Kasen," the 7-year-old redhead replied. Little did she know that her going to Konohagakure would bring about one of the greatest ninja legends of all time. Age 22. Boom. Okami, where does that monster get its power from? Yelled a shinobi wearing a bandana. Holy shit, man. Why does that fox have to be so troublesome? This fox makes my life at home seem like heaven. The Jounin commander joked. Fuck you, Shikaku. Your ass isn't going to get any for a while. I hope you are ready to sleep on the couch for a while, yelled the wife of the Jounin commander. Sorry, honey, please don't do this to me. You haven't let me touch you in 9 months. Under his breath, the Jounin commander said, Fuck, my son was born a month ago, and she still won't let me get any. Oi, listen up, let's fucking kill this troublesome fox. During his argument with his wife, he thought of a plan to try to kill the fox. Doton users try to trap the QB in a wall and reinforce it with multiple walls. Suddenly, there was a cry of over 200 shinobi Doton, Doriyahiki. All of the shinobi who could perform Earth-style slammed their hands on the ground, and giant walls 100 m tall and 100 m wide with a 30 m thickness came out of the ground and at the time surrounding the QB and holding him in the confined pen. Suetun users hit him with your hardest hitting jutsu. Suetun, Suryuden no jutsu. Okay, right-hun users shock us with your jutsu. Right-un, Raidama, lightning ball. The lightning jutsu with the water jutsu temporarily paralyzed the QB, leaving him defenseless. This bijou is a fire elemental, so there is no point in using Katon. Use your offensive Doton ninjutsu, yelled Shikaku. Doton, during dragons made of earth came out of the ground and flew towards the slightly paralyzed QB, but a masked individual appeared on top of the QB and absorbed the dragons with his eye. This is so troublesome. Hey, masked man, who the hell are you, and why are you helping the QB? Yelled Shikaku. Hi guys, it's me, Toby. I saw you guys trying to commit animal cruelty, so I stopped it because Toby is a good boy. Yelled the masked man. Every Konoha shinobi who heard that gained a really big anime-style sweat and was wondering what was going on. Then the earth started to shake as the QB got up and roared, knocking back many shinobi. The Yondaime is here. Let's support him, yelled one of the random ninja. Kuchios no Jutsu. Out of nowhere, a toad the size of QB appeared. Joe, Minato, what do you need? Gamabunta then turned around to see a very pissed-off QB. What kind of shit did you guys get yourself into? Gamabunta, I need you to be serious and to hold off the QB while I fight the masked man, yelled Minato. Geez, lighten up, kid. Sometimes I wish you would lighten up like Jiraiya. You owe me a drink after this, boy. I'll make you a deal, Gamabunta. If I survive this, we will have our drink. Okay, let's get this show on the road. The giant toad pulled out his tanto and began his assault on the QB. The speed the giant toad was able to move was remarkable. Some would even say the frog was on crack. Sadly, the QB still had some fight in him. The QB went on assault mode as he used all 9 tails to try to get a good hit onto the ninja toad. Using his remarkable speed, the frog used a brilliant combo move. Suetun, Tepidama. He then used his signature toad sword beheading technique to jump behind the QB to get a swipe at the head. Sadly, the blade was blocked by the tails, but Gamabunta planned for this and kicked the QB into his Suetun jutsu. Oi, Cyclops, you and me alone, yelled Minato. Me? Questioned the confused Kakashi, who was allowed to stay because he was Jonin. Me, said the masked man. Yelled the 2 people who thought he was talking to them. Not you, Kakashi. Why would I be fighting you? Minato explained. Minato scattered his Hiraishin kunai all over the place and taunted the masked man to fight him. But the masked man wouldn't budge and kept acting like a child. Minato decided to start the first move and teleported on top of the childish masked man. He tried to cut him with a kunai, but the kunai simply went through. After noticing that the masked man's robe had been cut near the bottom, he realized the weakness of the masked man's jutsu. Minato wasn't completely sure if that was the case, so he tested it a few more times. After blinking around the battlefield like a madman, he realized that the masked man could only pass through objects for 1 second. Minato, who decided to end it, threw one of his special Hiraishin kunai at the man's face. The masked man simply passed through the kunai, but he didn't expect the Yondaime to use his Hiraishin to teleport behind him and nail him with a Rasengan and a swift kick on his behind. Ah, I kicked your ass, taunted Minato. The masked man never stood a chance against Minato. It was almost like watching a fight between a sensei and a student who never finished training. He is injured. I'll kill him with this next Hiration, thought Minato. This move injured the masked man greatly and caused him to lose control of the Kyuubi. Noticing that the blow injured him greatly, the man used his only visible eye to warp to another area. Damn, I was about to kill him too. Minato called upon his favorite student, Kakashi, to run an errand and to fetch Kushina and his baby boy. The Yondaime was strong, but not stupid. He knew it was impossible to kill a chakra beast, and the closest thing to killing it would be to imprison it inside of a person. Sadly, there were no longer any more full-blooded Uzumaki to seal the Kyuubi in. While he and all the shinobi of Konoha tried to weaken the Kyuubi to be able to seal it, he was wondering which seals he knew that could contain the Kyuubi. Meanwhile, the Kyuubi and Gamabunta are still at it, going full force. Gamabunta is getting really tired, while the Kyuubi, with its unlimited chakra, is going strong. With a slight loss in speed, due to exhaustion, the Kyuubi was able to take down Gamabunta, sending him back to Team Mayaboku. Minato-sensei, I brought them, yelled the young Kakashi. Thanks. Kushina, I need your help. Help us hold down the Kyuubi. After the Kyuubi came back from the masked man's control, he saw the red hair of Kushina. Kushina, I will kill you for what you did to me. You kept me on a floating rock and chained down every inch of my body. I will never forgive you until you die, yelled the beast. Kyuubi, you evil monster, eat this. Uzumaki-clan, chakra-chan's no jutsu. As she yelled at the top of her lungs, giant chains came out of her stomach area, wrapping itself around Kyuubi and holding him down. Everyone tried to paralyze him, using a mixture of Swait-un and Right-un jutsu. Minato, have you found a seal you can use against the Kyuubi? Kushina, there's only one seal I can use, and if I use it, I have to give up my soul. Fuck, why didn't I learn more of my clan seals when I lived in Yuzushiobikure? Yelled Kushina. Hokage-sama, we don't have time, you need to do something. Fuck it, guys. Fuinjutsu, Shiki Fujin. No, Minato, anything but that, his wife screamed. Only few shinobi knew what Minato was going to do. Kushina did not want to lose her husband. He was the only thing that mattered to her other than her newborn son. Kakashi, bring Naruto to me. Hi, Minato-sensei. Which human dares to call forth the Shinigami? Sorry, sir, but I would like to give you my soul to seal this Kyuubi into this child here. Please don't seal me again. You piece of shit leaf shinobi have kept me sealed up ever since I was controlled by that dirty Madara Uchiha. Sorry, Kyuubi, perform the sealing Shinigami. This is what I must sacrifice for Konoha. Beginning the sealing. I won't sit here and let you guys fuck with me and seal me up all over again. As he said that, a huge wave of killing intent came out of the Kyuubi and immobilized all the shinobi except Kushina and Minato. The Kyuubi felt an opening that he could use to break the chakra chains. Little did Kushina know that the killing intent that Kyuubi showed weakened her slightly, which weakened the chakra chains. Kushina's chakra was also running low due to just giving birth before she entered the battle. As soon as he felt Kushina's chains weaken for a half second, he used that small window to break the chains, and with all the shinobi paralyzed from the killing intent, Kyuubi swung his claw at the small baby. Kushina and Minato both jumped in front of the giant claw in order to stop it from reaching the precious child. Right before the Kyuubi was about to overpower the two and impale the child, the Shinigami sealed Kyuubi and the remaining of Kushina's and Minato's chakra into the small boy. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who woke up after feeling the massive killer intent, ran as fast as he could to the battlefield, but he was too late. Both the Yondaime and his wife were no longer of this world. He looked at the small baby and tried to hush the baby from crying. Minato, I will not let this village turn the boy into a weapon like other Jinchuriki. Inside Naruto. Area where Kyuubi is sealed. Hey Kushina, Did I ever tell you about my kekkei genkai? Stated Minato. Kushina, who was still fuming about Minato committing suicide to the Shinigami and sealing the cursed fox into their newborn son. She thought, at least we can watch him grow up from here, and I can still be with Minato until our chakra runs out. She was still very angry, but she would rather look at the bright side, since there was no way to undo what Minato just did. She decided to punish Minato with a small amount of silent treatment. Will you two shut up? I'm trying to sleep here. And that's what you get, Kushina, for sealing me like that. I wasn't able to move my legs for like 20 years. Anyways, Kushina, I never told you about my kekkei genkai. Nobody else knows about this except me, and maybe in the future Naruto, if he isn't a complete dumbass. The Namake's clan has the ability to steal kekkei genkai away from other people by examining their carcass and finding the reason people have the certain kekkei genkai, and we are able to copy it into our bodies. Sadly, this also causes the Namakes to have this urge to kill anyone or anything they come closer to. After hearing this confession, Kushina was really worried that her son would become a mass murderer. Wait, if the Namakes can do that, then why haven't you shown a large amount of bloodlust? Questioned Kushina. Well, as a kid, I was one of the ones who had better control over my kekkei genkai, but my clan didn't want to risk me turning into a mass murderer, so they sealed my kekkei genkai, replied Minato. I left instructions on how to help repress the kekkei genkai and scrolls and other goodies from my clan into the condo Naruto will be able to live in when he no longer lives in the orphanage. I believe in our son to be able to be the one who finally can fully control my clan's secret kekkei genkai. Why is our son going to live in an orphanage? He is basically royalty in Konoha, exclaimed the angry Uzumaki. Jesus Christ, this is going to be worse than being sealed into Kushina. Who's that Kyubi? Questioned the confused Namakes. Just shut up and let me sleep. Kushina, I know it is unfair for our son, but I predicted that if we both die and he successfully becomes a Jinchuriki, then he would have no choice other than living in an orphanage. The council will not allow him to be adopted by a clan because of his status as a Jinchuriki. I just hope our boy will be strong like you were, and hopefully he will be treated as a hero by Konoha. Hey, you guys heard that, right? I get a prize for every dead person in the next 5 minutes, the only blonde child in the orphanage said. Naruto, what are you talking about? Asked the woman tending the children. Good thing I've been stealing steak knives from the dining table, thought the blondie with a sinister smirk. Suddenly, the blonde boy jumped at a tiny girl no older than 3 and jammed his steak knife into her temple, ending her instantly. The boy who killed her dashed through the other orphans, mercilessly hacking them into pieces. After barricading the door to prevent any exits, he proceeded to take everyone one by one. Why are you guys so scared? You guys want to play like ninja, right? Ha 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 ha. Let's play more. After 5 minutes, everyone in the room was dead, except the lady who tucked in the children to bed. Hey lady, you made it past the 5 minutes. What am I going to do with you? Pipipi Elise dédonté, acha shirt MME. I'll do anything PPPLSC. To kill or not to kill? That is the question. The young blonde was thinking whether the girl deserved to live or not. She was not particularly nice to him, but was not too mean to him. Who was he kidding? She's a dead woman. The blonde slowly walked up to her and used one of his hands to touch her cheek while smiling at her. Suddenly, he stabbed her in the neck with the steak knife in his other hand. H, screamed the young blonde boy. He quickly looked around the room around him, hoping that it wasn't real, that he didn't kill everyone. Ever since he was 3 years old, there was a voice in the back of his head asking him to cut someone. At one point, he entered a trance and found himself later hiding steak knives into his mattress while the other kids were playing outside. What is happening to me? Is that why people look at me with those eyes? Everyone here in the orphanage looks at me weird except the other children and that one lady. All right, kids, time for breakfast, yelled one of the volunteer workers. Naruto looked at the woman, remembering how she was the only one of the adults who was nice to him and didn't look at him like he was a monster. She was the only adult that cared about him. Kill her. Spill that precious blood. I can smell her blood from here. I must have it. After hearing that voice again, Naruto flinched. Get out of my head, you monster. Naruto had been ignoring the voice for as long as he could, but now the voice kept pestering him. 2 hours later, orphanage playground. Finally, it's playtime. We can play on the field. Let's play ninja, yelled one of the orphans. Naruto, why are you sitting down? Don't you want to play? Asked one of the bigger orphans. Sorry guys, I don't really want to play ninja right now. That dream is still affecting me. Go play ninja and show them what ninja go through. Show them the blood that gets shed and the death that comes from ninjas fighting. Why is this voice always saying stuff like that? These people are my friends. Why would I want to hurt them? You think they're your friends, but they would let you die to save themselves. Don't you notice the looks the adults give you? They look at you with disgust and a little fear. Naruto, I've never seen you like this. Why aren't you playing ninja? Asked the only lady who was nice to him. Hello, Yashashi Nei-chan. Sorry, I didn't feel like playing ninja. Is there something wrong, Naruto? Are you thinking about something? Asked the genuinely concerned woman. Nei-chan, I was just thinking about my nightmare earlier. I was so scared, whimpered the boy. It was just a dream, Naruto. I'll give you a hug, and it will be all better, said the woman with her arms reaching out to him. Naruto loved these small acts of kindness from this woman. She was always there for him when he felt down and wasn't like the other adults. Now is your chance. Guter. Naruto ignored that voice. He couldn't hurt the only person that cared about him. Naruto, I'm not going to be here for a month. I'm going to visit some family I found that is living in Kusagakure. She was my cousin and best friend in my childhood. I'll miss you. Okay, Nei-chan, I will miss you too. Be careful and come back safely. After her comforting words and the hug she gave him, he was in high spirits. Hey guys, can I play in the next round of ninja? Asked Naruto. Of course. How can we deny the undefeated Naruto? Said one of the smaller boys. 1 month later, Naruto heard someone open the gates and ran out hoping his Nei-chan was home. Nei-chan, is that you? Asked the blonde before he looked around the corner. Hey kid, who are you looking for? Asked the large man who came every week to drop off groceries. Sorry, Bunman-san, my Nei-chan should be here anytime soon. She said she would be back within 1 month. HN was all that was said before the large man left the orphanage. 1 month after last seen. Naruto was worried since his Nei-chan still hasn't come back, and it has been 2 months. After asking the adults, they all said they didn't know anything about when she is coming back and told him to leave them alone. Every day, Naruto would sit on the steps facing the gate waiting for his Nei-chan to come back to the orphanage to visit him. Hey kid, why do you sit out here every day instead of playing with the other orphans? Asked one of the male volunteer workers. I'm waiting for my Nei-chan to come back and visit me. She said she wanted to visit family and would be back in 1 month, and it has been 2 months. Nei-chan, you have a sister. She isn't my real sister, but she is basically my sister. Her first name is Yasashii. Do you know her? Asked the blonde, hoping the person knew her. You mean that pretty young lady who is here almost every day? And no, I don't know her. Stop waiting and just go play with the other kids. If she's coming back, then she will be back and come looking for you. Nei-chan wouldn't leave me here alone if she was okay. I wouldn't be so sure about that kid. Later that night, Naruto heard those words in his head over and over. I wouldn't be so sure about that kid. She wouldn't just not visit me anymore, right? She was the only adult who was nice to me and didn't look at me weird. Naruto got tired of thinking about that and wanted to get a glass of water from the kitchen. The orphanage had a few people waiting in the hallways in case one of the orphans needed something. Since the orphans slept in the night pretty well and never really needed anything, most of the people in the hallways would gossip. Hey, did you hear about Yasashii? Yasashii was that girl who was always nice to that kid, right? Now, doesn't she know about him? Naruto thought, is there something wrong with me? Why are they referring to me as that kid? Did you guys hear she was brutally murdered near Kusagakure? Holy shit, she was such a nice girl. Where did you hear this? They found her body last week behind a bush. No way Anii-chan wouldn't die and leave me alone. Oh, Cammy. Hey kid, sorry for your loss. Here's a picture, try to not puke. The lady hands Naruto of a picture of the dead body of Yasashii. No. 1 month and 3 days before Kyuzugakure. I guess I'll go back to Konoha. Buy a toko. I'll visit again next year. The young woman was walking on the road to go back to Kanehagakure. Normally, if everything went well, she would be back in Konoha in 2 days. I think I will rest here. I've been walking for about 5 hours. I'll boil some water so I can have some ramen. 3 minutes later. Finally, it's ready. Itadakamasu. This brand is pretty good. I'll make sure I buy some more when I get back. Unfortunately, missing Nin from Amigakure were passing through Kyuzugakure territory to get to Takigakure. Hey Kenzo, do you see smoke coming from there? Said one of the missing Nin with a raspy voice. Yeah, we should check it out, said his partner. We needed more supplies, right? That girl has plenty of supplies, and she doesn't look half bad either, said the one named Kenzo. It would be quite unfortunate if people stumbled upon her and took her supplies and had a little fun with her, wouldn't it? Quite unfortunate indeed. Kenzo gave a sinister smile that would only be beaten by Orochimaru when he is pedoing. Hey miss, how would you like to have fun with us? Said Kenzo. When Yasashii heard this, a shiver went down her spine and turned around. She saw the Amigakure headbands with a slash across it. Missing Nin, I hope I can persuade them into taking my stuff and leaving me alone. Hi, just take my supplies and go, please, she said with fear in her voice. Well, we were hoping to spend a little time with you. You're quite the looker up close. We will be gentle, we will have a little fun, then take your supplies and just get going to Takigakure. Yasashii was panicking. She didn't want to get raped by those ugly men. She came up with an idea. She would ask them to eat first and drug them with a sleeping pill since she didn't have any poison on her. After making them sleep, she would kill them with the kunai she kept on her body. She was glad she went to the ninja academy as a child. Now only if this plan would succeed. Would you like to eat before we have fun? I know you men would like to have a hot meal before we hit the sack. Well, aren't you a generous young lady? I just want to take you to the nearest church and marry you, said Kenzo. Here you go, those are my last 2 cups of ramen. I hope you like it, said Yasashii. She only had 6 sleeping pills, so she put 3 of them in each bowl, hoping they wouldn't notice. Kenzo inhaled the ramen while his friend was a bit hesitant. I need to use the restroom real fast, Kenzo, said Kenzo's friend. Since he left, why don't we have a little fun? Do you have a condom? Asked Yasashii, hoping the pills would kick in soon. Nope, but it doesn't matter, right? Well, I guess I can let you do it without a condom since I want you so bad. Hoping her sleeping pill would kick in soon, she walked very slowly and very seductively into her tent. The missing Amigakure, Nin couldn't take it anymore and ran into the tent. As soon as he poked his head in there, the sleeping pills kicked in and he was out. Upon seeing the unconscious Nin, Yasashii smiled and quickly slit his throat carefully, not getting any blood on her clothes, and sprayed perfume all over the dead body to hopefully buy time for her to kill his friend. Kenzo's friend finally walked back to the camp, wondering where his friend went. Oh, you're back. Kenzo and I had a little fun, but I didn't know that his stamina is on the low side. He's sleeping in my tent right now. Something felt wrong to the former Nin. His friend wouldn't have sex and fall asleep in a camp that wasn't tier. He decided to play along to get to the bottom of it. He wasn't sure if she was a shinobi. Although him and Kenzo were missing Nins, they actually were only Genin, so they did not know how to sense if their opponent had a large amount of chakra. You must be hungry since you haven't eaten yet. She tried to hide her feeling of annoyance. All she had to do was get him to eat the ramen. Something must be wrong with the food for her to say that sentence, thought the missing Nin. He was pretty sure his friend was already dead. He needed to find a favorable position for him to kill her before she kills him. Miss, do you have some water? I've been feeling dehydrated and I'm getting a little dizzy. He thought he was a genius. She had 2 options now, and both would end in her death. Her first option was to get him water and expose her back to him. Her second option would be to jump on him and try to kill him while he is dehydrated. She had no idea what to do. She didn't want to expose her back to him, but she wasn't confident in killing a ninja, even if he was dehydrated. The water is in that bag. Over there, go help yourself. My legs are slightly sore since I've traveled 5 hours on foot before resting here. Shit, now what do I do? Thought the missing Neen. Miss, can you help me up? Asked the missing Neen. He planned to stab her with his kunai as she bent over to help him up. Okowo. She walked over to him and gave him a hand up. She was cautious because he might stab her after she pulled him up. She didn't expect him to stab her as she gave him her hand. As soon as was given, the man put his hand on it and pulled really hard and pulled her into his kunai. The kunai plunged into her heart and the man smirked. I win. The man, relieved he was able to stab her in the heart, opened her tent to check if his partner was truly dead. After confirming his partner's death, he stole the supplies and left for Takigakure. Age 5. Orphanage employees only meeting room. We need to do something about that demon brat. At first he acted like a normal kid, but now he is anti-social and has even been fighting some of the other kids for no reason. What do we do with him? The employees and volunteer workers at the Konoha orphanage had a meeting about the 9-tailed Jinchuriki boy. Prior to the death of Yasashii, most of the employees just ignored the boy and never really paid much attention to him. After her death, there was nobody who was really on Naruto's side. I propose we kick out the demon from our orphanage. Who here even likes that kid? We should avenge our yandame by leaving him in the streets, screeched one of the women. This caused a lot of the workers in the meeting to agree. Let's have a vote on whether we should keep the QB kid here. The results are 37 votes to kick out the QB and 3 votes to keep him. The 3 votes actually say, I don't give a fuck. I guess those votes mean to keep him. Oh well, it doesn't matter since the majority voted to kick him out. After lunch, we should send some people to go pick him up and explain what we decided. Orphanage playground, lunchtime. Hey Naruto, what have you been up to? Asked an average-looking girl who had a very odd taste in her clothes. The girl had a roundish face, unevenly cut purple hair, and brown eyes. Her favorite outfit was quite odd-looking and made her look like she was from a circus. She liked to wear a purple shirt under a orange and pink striplet vest. Hell, Omi, haven't been doing much. Naruto-kun, we haven't talked in a while. Have you been ignoring me? Questioned Ami. I haven't been avoiding you. It's just, well, I don't know. I've been thinking, responded Naruto. Don't do that, you'll hurt your brain, you baka. Omi yelked. Fuck you. Naruto responded to her joke. It is quite common for the orphans to be cursing at a young age, especially with the environment they are raised in. Most of the orphanage workers don't care too much about the children, so they don't try to watch their language. Don't you find her annoying? Silence her by ripping her throat out. Naruto has shown that he had pretty good control over his kekkei genkai. He learned ignoring the voice was the best thing for him to do. It always tried to give him ridiculous ideas that were plain stupid or didn't make sense. But one time he almost succumbed to the urges when he got into a fight with a cocky green-haired kid who kept bothering him and talked shit about his Nachon. Flashback, 4 weeks ago. Hey kid, Blondie, yelled the slightly larger than average green-haired boy. What the fuck do you want? Spat out the pissed-off blonde. The blonde was still grieving over the death of the girl he thought of as his older sister. The last thing he wanted was to talk to the arrogant green-haired prick that was standing in front of him. What do I want? I want to kick your ass. You think you're all cool and shit since you sit over here and not hang out with anyone. At this point, Naruto was really angry. You are the dumbest piece of shit that I have ever met. I never said I was cool or anything. Will you just leave me alone? I'm really not in a mood to talk to stupid fucks like you. Kill that fucking kid. Nobody talks shit about us and gets away with it. Maybe, just maybe. Let's see how far this goes. You mad, bro? Want to be cool, kid? Let's fight right now. I'll kick your ass in front of everyone here, said the cocky green-haired boy. Why won't you leave me alone? I don't want to hurt you. Just let me grieve for a person I care about, okay? Are you talking about that whore who used to volunteer here a lot? I think her name was like Yasuki Eye or something. Taunted the green hair boy. Oh shit. Oh no, he didn't. He just talked shit about your Nachon. Okay, I'll fight you. What the fuck was that? Said the green hair boy as he was backing away. Let's go, bitch. Naruto dashed up to the green-haired boy and punched him in the face. The green-haired boy didn't even see the blonde move towards him. He stumbled back, trying to get his footing back. Naruto wouldn't give him the time he needed to get his shit back together. Naruto appeared right in front of the boy and did a standard 2-jab 1-hook combo and almost dropped the boy. What's the matter, Green? Can't handle it, taunted the blondie. Upon hearing those words and looking around at the other children laughing at him, the green-haired boy knew he needed to do something or he would be humiliated. He still felt he could beat Naruto because he knew he was bigger than him. He had about 5 inches on Naruto and about 15 pounds on him. The green-haired boy threw a basic 1-2 jab combo, but was parried by the blonde. Immediately after parrying the jab combo, Naruto instinctually put his arms around the green-haired boy's neck and pulled him down for a skull-shattering knee. It was all over. As soon as the knee made contact with the green boy's head, his body crumpled as it fell to the ground. It showed no sign of getting up for a while. Good. Now finish the job. For once you give good advice. How do you want to end it? Snap his neck? Pull out that knife you always carry with you. I honestly don't care which method you use. Naruto walked up the unconscious child with a real intent to kill. The other kids were impressed with the fighting ability Naruto just showed them. When the killing intent flared from Naruto, they got scared. These kids were never exposed to killing intent, especially since most of the orphans here would become civilians. The unseen blade is the deadliest. Naruto decided that he would kill the pitiful kid by snapping his neck. He thought if he revealed his hidden blade, then he would lose the element of surprise if one of the adults attacked him. Naruto pulled the kid up, put his right hand on the unconscious boy's chin and his left hand on top of the boy's head. The other kids wondered what Naruto was doing. They have not been exposed to killing, so they couldn't tell what Naruto was planning. Naruto took in a deep breath. He was going to enjoy this. The most sadistic smirk that the kids have ever seen. Right before Naruto was about to commit the heinous act, he felt something call out to him. Don't do it. This is not you. What is this? I've never heard this voice before. Who are you? How do you know me? Who I am does not matter. I know about that voice in your head that asks you to kill. I know you desire to become a ninja Naruto. Don't listen to the voice if it tells you to harm your friends and comrades. Enemies are the only ones who should inflict your wrath upon. I believe you can do it. But isn't this boy my enemy? He called my Nachon a whore. Look inside your heart to find out if he is a true enemy. As Naruto heard this, he let the boy go and walked away. The shock of hitting the ground woke up the unconscious boy. Where am I? Why are all of you guys looking at me? Questioned the dazed green-haired boy. The boy had no idea how close he was to dying. Ha ha ha, you got knocked the fuck out, yelled a voice in the crowd. What? By who? I don't even remember fighting. The boy's memory was blurry, and he couldn't remember anything that happened after he ate lunch. You were talking shit about Naruto and tried to fight him. Then he kicked your ass. This shocked the green-haired boy. He was taller than the blonde boy by 5 inches, weighed 15 more pounds than him, and was 1 year older. How the hell did he beat me? The green-haired boy had a massive headache from the brutal beating he went through. Although he didn't remember why him and Naruto started fighting, he walked over where the boy was sitting. Hey man, do you want another beating? Spat out Naruto. I came here to apologize. I don't remember what I said or did, but I would like to say sorry. Thanks, I guess. Surprisingly, after 2 weeks, the two boys were able to become friends. That was after the two boys found out they had many things in common, and Naruto found out Kenji was actually not that bad of a person. Naruto was still grieving for his sister, but he wasn't as brooding as much as he was 4 weeks ago. He still felt strong feelings of grief, but he began to accept his Nachon's death. In flashback, Naruto was glad to have his friends. Naruto didn't have too many friends. He was acquainted with many people, but he only felt like he had two real friends. I remember that day when I met Ami. Flashback. 1 year ago, Naruto took a seat on the bench because he wanted to get a drink before playing ninja again. Even the best ninjas have to take breaks once in a while, he thought. Then a female voice caught his attention while he was daydreaming about being a ninja. What's your name? Asked this girl who had puffy red eyes and a bruised cheek. The girl was smiling, but it looked like it was forced. She looked like someone hit her recently, and she had been crying before she walked up to him. Naruto hated seeing people cry, so he decided to talk to her to find out what was wrong. My name's Naruto. Yours? My name is Ami. I'm new to this place. Right as she finished her last sentence, a large rubber ball hit her in the face. Oh shit, are you alright? Asked the concerned Naruto. I am fine, Naruto-kun, stated the small girl as she was massaging her face. Hey, look, the ugly bitch caught the ball with her face, said one of the more popular girls at the orphanage. The girl wasn't even much of a looker. She had brown hair tied into a ponytail and had green eyes. She always acted like she was hot shit, though, which did not go well with Naruto. You aren't very nice to look at either, scoffed Naruto. Naruto-kun, that wasn't very nice, said the bitch who threw the ball. Surprisingly, at the orphanage, a lot of the girls were very interested in Naruto. This was mainly because they had no idea that he held the Kyuubi no Yoko, and nobody ever told them to not hang out with him. Girls at the orphanage were mesmerized by his sun-colored blonde hair and crystal blue eyes that looked straight into your soul. Hey, Kei, I only said that because you were being a bitch. Naruto-kun, why do you even talk to her? I'm prettier than her, and you never want to hang out with me. Because she approached me, and she seems in need of a friend. Now, fuck off, you guys just ruined our conversation. Naruto escorted Ami away to another area for them to talk. Thank you, Naruto-kun. People here aren't very nice. The girl started to cry, remembering getting bullied by several different groups of orphans before she met Naruto. Naruto didn't really know how to comfort people until he remembered his Nachon's hugs always made him feel better. He put his arms around her shoulders and pulled her in for a hug. Somehow she tripped on a rock when she was being pulled into the hug, and luckily, they fell on a bench. The girl cried into his chest until she felt better. They were in a pretty awkward position, but since Naruto is oblivious as he is, he never noticed she was sitting on his lap, crying into his chest while his arms embraced her. After a few minutes, the girl noticed the position she was in and blushed, but didn't want to leave because she felt safe in his arms. He was her protector. The two became really close and made a lot of the girls in the orphanage angry at how close Ami was to Naruto. In flashback, to Naruto, she was his first real friend and his best friend. He could share any of his problems with her. She eventually opened up to him about why she was sent to the orphanage. Apparently, her parents were both killed on a C-rank mission that went wrong. He comforted her again after hearing her sad tale of how she went from having a happy family into becoming an orphan in 1 week. They both enjoyed having each other's company, especially when they remember sad memories from their past. When Naruto first found out his Nachon died, instead of her crying in his arms, he was crying in hers. Naruto scoffed at their relationship because he wouldn't know what to do if he didn't have friends like Ami or Kenji. Naruto-kun, are you there? Hello. Well, shit. What the fuck is he thinking about? Oh, nothing. Naruto answered, not wanting to reveal his thoughts. Come on, Naruto, you know you can tell me anything. Yeah, well, I was thinking of some friends of mine. Were you thinking about me, Naruto? Teased Ami. I don't know. I don't think we are that close yet. Teased Naruto back. I'm hurt that you don't think of me as a friend, said Ami with a pout. Oi, Naruto. Ami-ton. What's up, said Kenji. Oh, nothing, we were just fucking around, answered Naruto. PSH Kenji, can you kick Naruto's ass for me? He is being a dick, asked Ami. I dare you, said Naruto with a confident smirk. Maybe we should talk this out. What it up with you guys? Said Kenji. I was just messing with you, Kenji. I remember when you got your ass kicked like 4 weeks ago, said Ami with an attempt at a troll face. Fuck you. That was bullshit. You punched me before I was ready, defended Kenji. Want to fight again? I haven't gotten in a fight in a while. Oh, well, not really. Pussy. I thought he beat you because you weren't ready. Hey guys, Kenji is a pussy and won't fight Naruto, even though he says Naruto beat him by cheating. Yaldomi. Kenji quickly put his hand around Ami's mouth to prevent her from shouting more. He was already really embarrassed when he was reminded of the time Naruto kicked his ass. This is why I love you guys. You guys are fucking hilarious. Comment to Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki asked one of the adults. That is my name. What do you need? Please come with us. We need to take you to the office of the manager of the orphanage. Okay. I'll see you guys later, all right? Said Naruto to his friends. They had no idea that would be the last time they ever saw Naruto at the orphanage. Naruto Uzumaki, I am very sorry to inform you that you have overstayed your welcome here at Konoha's orphanage. We are sad to see you go, but it is the best for the orphanage due to your recent fights, said the manager. Wait, what? I'm not allowed here anymore. BB, but I've lived here my whole life. Where will I go? I'm sorry, Naruto, but there was a vote, and they voted for you to leave our compound. You have 30 minutes to grab your stuff and leave. These men will escort you to your room and will take you directly to the gates after. Naruto, as he was walking to his room, looked around for Kenji or Ami to tell them what happened, but he couldn't find them. He just packed up a few sentimental objects and clothes that he owned. He asked for privacy from the guards, and in that time, he disposed of most of the knives he had stashed away. He didn't want anyone finding them and wondering why he had them. He split them into two groups, higher quality knives, which were the ones he sharpened that could actually be used as a weapon, and the knives which he hadn't treated yet. He put the knives he sharpened in his box and put the others in a separate box, which he dropped in the trash can. During his walk towards the gates, one of the men, escorting him off the property, felt bad for the child since he was just 5 years old and he had to live on his own. Hey kid, you should go tell the Hokage that you got kicked out of the orphanage. I'm sure he will try to help you find a place to stay. Thanks, mister. After Naruto passed the gates, they were closed behind him. He made his way to the Hokage Tower. During his walk to the Hokage Tower, he was met with many stares. Most of the older generation looked at him with anger and disgust. Some of the younger generation kids who haven't heard of him looked at him with confusion and some with pity. They didn't know why a 5-year-old kid was released from the orphanage. Hokage Tower, approximate 30 minutes after Naruto leaves orphanage. The Sandaime Hokage is sitting on his chair, smoking out of his pipe, and reading the latest Ika book, which was supplied to him by his favorite student. In the middle of one of the hottest sex scenes he has ever read, he felt someone shun Shin into his office. Hokage-sama, Naruto Uzumaki is here to see you. Send him in Itachi. Hi. 5 minutes later. Hello, said Naruto after not seeing anyone in the room. Over here, Naruto, said Sarutobi, who was hanging off the ceiling. Holy shit, how did you do that? I'm a shinobi. Shinobi can do cool stuff like this, said Sarutobi, hoping to get the boy interested in being a shinobi. Cool. I've always wanted to become a Hokage, and I guess I need to be a shinobi before I become a Hokage. He truly is your son Minato. Hopefully he is as good as a shinobi as you. Naruto, why are you here? You see, I got kicked out of the orphanage. Why did they kick you out? Questioned Sarutobi. Well, they blamed it on a fight I got into 4 weeks ago. But he's like one of my best friends now. I don't know why it's a big deal. Well, that is quite unfortunate. Fortunately, I have this perfect condo for you. It's already paid off, and I'll send a Genin team every week to bring you groceries. Also, I'll give you an allowance so you can buy some recreational items. Seriously? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hokage-sama, you're the best. I hope to be a nice Hokage like you someday. No problem, Naruto. You're basically my grandson. You can call me Gigi if you want. You're basically my grandpa, asked Naruto. Fuck, I got carried away. What kind of BS can I pull that's believable? Well, you see, I'm a Hokage, and the Hokage is basically the father of the village. But since I'm over 60, it would be more appropriate to call me Grandpa. Sarutobi handed him a key to his condo, some cash, and a map that shows where his condo is. Thanks, Gigi. CYA later. Chapter 4, A New World. Man, Gigi is so nice. I got kicked out of the orphanage, and he gives me a fully paid condo, an allowance, and free groceries. Naruto was really excited after hearing that he gets to live in his own condo that is already fully paid, and he basically doesn't have to spend money on any necessities since the Hokage is delivering groceries to his house and is even giving him an allowance to buy random stuff. His plan for the day is to go to the condo and check it out and go back to the orphanage to visit his friends and tell him how lucky he got. Hokage Tower. Minato, I remember the first day I met you. I had no idea that small boy I helped join the academy would become one of the greatest shinobi ever. It's a shame you had to sacrifice yourself to protect our village. Why couldn't I have died instead of you? Well, your son will be taking a very similar road you did. Same condo, joining the academy, and he shares your dream too. I will do anything to help your boy succeed. Hokage-sama, I have a surprise for you, said Sarutobi's secretary. A surprise? Do I get a day off, or is there no paperwork today? Questioned Sarutobi. You could hear the happiness coming from his voice when he said day off and no paperwork. No, here it is. The secretary said this right as she slammed approximate 100 pounds of paperwork on the table. Curse you, paperwork was heard all around the elemental nations. As soon as the rest of the 5 Kage heard this, they nodded in agreement. Back to Naruto. It should be here somewhere. 1337, Sun Road, hashtag 1337, Civilian District 9. There it is. Okay, so I stick the key in here. Ouch. What the fuck, the key stabbed me. After Naruto got over the small prick on his finger, he opened the door to the condo. Naruto was able to open the door of his new living area. He noticed that it was fully furnished, but if he wanted to live there, he needed to take off the plastic wrap on everything. The condo was actually very clean. The various seals around the house kept it dust-free and cleaned the house when nobody was there. Naruto walked into his new kitchen, and he was impressed with all the free stuff that came with the condo. When he walked into the dining room, he saw there was a letter sitting on the table. Dear Naruto, if you are reading this letter, then either two things happened. The first thing is that I am now dead, and somehow you are still alive, which means that I succeeded in sealing the QB. Or the second thing, which is I didn't die, but I forgot to burn or throw away this letter, and you found it somewhere. I really hope it's the first one, because if it was the second one, I would look like a dumbass. Well, actually, I'd rather be alive, so I hope it's the second one. Anyways, if it was the first one, then Sarutobi must have given you the key to this condo after he felt you were ready to live on your own, or you had no other choice but to move into this condo. Although Sarutobi had the key to this condo, he couldn't enter because I put a blood seal on the key, so only a Namikaze can enter this condo. So if you ended up not being my child for whatever reason, then you wouldn't be reading this letter. Wait, if that were to happen, you wouldn't be reading this. So why am I still writing about this? Oh well, anyways, I want to tell you to go into the basement and cut your finger and wipe it on the blood seal in the middle of the room. After wiping your blood, a door should open, and there's a huge library of jutsu I created or learned. I recommend looking at the black letter inside the bowl in the middle of the room. It explains our clan's kekkei genkai and some stuff I found about it after doing some research. I believe you are the chosen one of the Namikaze clan who will revive the clan after its downfall. I'll always love you. Your father, Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze? Where have I heard that name before? Oh, well, I'm sure he'll find out eventually. Naruto opened up the black letter and learned about everything his father knew about his kekkei genkai. Although his grandpa sealed off his father's kekkei genkai, Minato read all of the clan scrolls regarding the kekkei genkai and summarized it into a short letter to help his son. It mainly talked about how the kekkei genkai works, how to transport the bodies using Fuin Jutsu, and how to gain the kekkei genkai from a dead person. After reading the instructions needed to extract a kekkei genkai from a person, it made him queasy. After all, it was a pretty gruesome task. Interesting, so that voice in my head wasn't me going crazy. That's nice to know. After looking at the time, Naruto realized that there was no way in hell he could make it back to the orphanage before it closed for visitors. So he decided to explore the condo and learn where things were so he didn't have to walk around aimlessly and waste time finding things. Naruto was surprised when he found out he had 4 bedrooms in the condo. Little did he know that his seal master of a father loved making improvements to his first Konoha home. Even after he lived with his wife Kushina in the Namikaze manor, he always spent a little time in the condo and loved improving it any way he could. Naruto found a training area which could be considered a 5th room. The training area had multiple training dummies with a seal that regenerates the dummy in case it is destroyed. A few mobile training dummies which pretend to be enemy ninja. The mobile training dummies had different difficulty levels: Genin, Chunin, and Jonin. The seal was the way to distinguish which dummy was which. The paper taped to the back of the dummy also said which difficulty it was. There were also a lot of different training equipment, such as a cabinet full of chakra weights and a self-refilling box of shuriken and kunai knives. The box was constantly refilling due to the seal, which transferred kunai to the box from another room in the house, which probably contained weapons. Naruto loved the room and the amenities it provided. Naruto decided to take a break from exploration and went to eat. He grabbed his key and a few kunai knives from his training room to use in case something bad happens. After making sure he had money and kunai to protect himself, he headed to a restaurant that his late Nachon recommended to him if he ever left the orphanage. Ichiraku ramen, huh? Seems legit. Naruto walked into the ramen stand and saw a man with brown hair and a ponytail wearing a Konoha flak jacket inhaling the ramen. Thanks, Tochi-san. I am Sansai next time. Irika turns around to see Naruto entering the ramen stand. He sees the whisker-like marks on his cheeks and realizes the boy he sees is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Irika's parents died during the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha, so he had a little anger towards the boy, but he would never act on it and harm him in any way, so he just walked past the boy and went home. Naruto wondered why the man looked at him for a short while before just walking away. The man had a small amount of hatred in the look he gave to Naruto. Naruto wondered why everyone looked at him in that way. As he was thinking, his stomach grumbled, so he took a seat at the ramen stand. Tucci was washing the dishes until he heard someone sit down and open the menu. He quickly rinsed his hands and went to go see his next customer. He saw the child and noticed the whisker marks. Tucci knew all about the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, but believed that the boy just housed the demon. He still did not know if the demon influenced the boy, so he wanted to see what the boy was like. "Hello, sir. Are you ready to order?" asked Tucci. Did you know a woman named Yasashii? Yasashii? That was that one girl that was here quite frequently. How does this kid know her? I heard she died when she was visiting family in Kusagakure. How do you know Yasashii? Oh, well, she's my Nachon, Naruto said with a fake grin. I don't remember her telling me she had any siblings. Well, I'm not her real brother, Naruto said before telling him her story on why he called her that. Tucci started tearing up after hearing his story on how all the adults except her didn't care for him. I'm sorry about what happened to your sister, kid. You can have a bowl on me. Which flavor do you want? Tucci felt bad for the boy for losing someone so important in his young life. Yasashii Nachon told me that her favorite ramen was the miso ramen with pork cutlets. I would like to try that. I am. One miso ramen, yelled Tucci. Hi, yelled a voice from the back. Naruto eventually got his ramen and enjoyed a lot, so he ordered 4 more bowls. Naruto decided that he would be coming to this place more often, not only because of their good food, but because of how well Tucci and I am treated him. Naruto then walked back home, ignoring the stares of the villagers, because he was happy someone was nice to him. Naruto entered his new home and went directly to bed and slept. Next morning, Naruto is prepping to leave for the orphanage. Oh wait, there must be weapons here. I think it would be best if I had a weapon other than a kunai to be safe. Naruto walked into the bathroom because he decided he would brush his teeth and take a shower before looking for his father's hidden stash of weapons. When he opened the top drawer looking for spare toothbrushes and toothpaste, he found an open letter next to unopened toothpaste and toothbrushes. On the front of the letter, it said, "To current resident of the Nameke's condo." I don't know what resident means, but I'll read it anyways. Naruto is only like 5 years old, remember? Hello. It does not matter who I am, but since you are living the Nameke's condo, it means you are one of us. In this letter, I will go over the things this house has to offer. First of all, we have a secret room filled with weapons and other equipment. To find a room, walk in the master bedroom, look for a dark rectangle on the wall approximate 7 inches by 4 inches. After finding the rectangle, place your right hand on it and add a little blood in the middle of the rectangle. You only will have to apply blood for the first time you enter the room. Every other time you enter, you just need to put your hand on a rectangle. If you have channeled chakra into your hand, the rectangle should increase in size until it becomes the size of a door and it opens. Since I'm in a hurry, I'll brush my teeth quickly and grab a weapon before going to the orphanage. When Naruto went into the room and saw a large array of weapons, since he was still a child and he couldn't carry much weight, he chose a retractable blade that is strapped to his forearm. Naruto made sure he left his house with weapons because the orphanage is located in the most dangerous area of Konoha. The place isn't too bad, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Off to the orphanage. As he walked to the orphanage, Naruto noticed people were looking at him weird again, a look with a mixture of hate, disgust, and fear. Why the hell do they look at me like that? Maybe if you kill 1 or 2 of them, they'll stop. Whatever, just ignore the looks and get to the orphanage. 30 minutes later, Naruto finally made it to the front gate of the orphanage. He was excited to visit his friends because he wanted to tell them how lucky he got. "Hey, mister, can you open the gate? I want to visit some of my friends," asked Naruto. "Sorry, kid, we don't take visitors under the age of 18 or a non-shinobi. But I lived there till just yesterday. Can't you make a small exception? I just need to tell them something really quick." "Sorry, kid, rules are rules." Naruto was so angry. All he wanted to do was visit 2 people. It would only take like 10 to 20 minutes. It wasn't like he was going to stay there. "I'll try to talk to Gigi about this." Naruto walked all the way to the Hokage Tower to complain. Naruto was fed up with the stares that the villagers kept giving him. "Hey, what the fuck are you looking at?" yelled Naruto to one of the older children. "I'm looking at you." "You have a problem with that?" said a rather large child. The child was roundish and was about 6 inches taller than Naruto and probably weighed 50 pounds than him. The child was most likely a civilian because the area which he lived in was comprised of 99% civilians. Naruto started the fight by throwing a quick left jab into right hook combo. The civilian child was not expecting the quick combo and aggression that Naruto was putting out. "You little shit. How dare you hit me?" yelled the round boy. When the adults saw this, they were excited. It was a full-on fight between some fat kid and the QB brat. Obviously, the people wanted the fat kid to win because they all hated the QB brat, but they wouldn't be surprised if the QB brat kicked the fat kid's ass. The majority of the civilian adults of Konoha hated Naruto with a passion. Unlike the ninja families, they believed that the boy itself was the demon incarnate. They always glared at the boy when they see him, but they were too scared to act on it. Then again, if you know a person is a demon, why would you try to provoke them? After shaking off the blow, the 2 boys went at it again. The fat kid was obviously not a fighter. He didn't know how to make a fist, and he punched like a pussy. The fat kid just kept throwing wild punches, not even aiming them. Naruto just kept dodging and blocking whatever he could till he found an opening. As the fat kid threw a right hook, Naruto ducked under it and threw a right straight into a left straight, which caused the fat boy to stumble backwards. Naruto took this opportunity to end the fight. Naruto ran up to the child and kneed him in the solar plexus. The fat child couldn't breathe for like 2 seconds, which was enough for Naruto to end the fight. While the child was holding his stomach area, Naruto grabbed the boy's head and repeatedly kneed it until the boy fell backwards. Naruto then mounted the boy and repeatedly punched the boy in the face. To prevent any major injury or death, the 3 adults stepped in and pulled the blonde off the fat kid. Luckily, the people pulled Naruto off because his kekkei genkai was acting up due to Naruto's anger. "Look at me again, bitch," Naruto yelled as he was getting pulled off. After being pulled off, the blonde pushed his way through the crowd and ran to his home. While running, Naruto heard people call him the Kyuubi brat and demon. After thinking for a while, he remembered that in the letter his father left him it said that he sealed the Kyuubi before he died. Naruto was 5 years old, but he was not stupid. Although he did not know what a Kyuubi was, but he was sure it was some type of demon, and he knew something was inside of him. It made perfect sense that people looked at him because something was inside of him, and since he read the letter his father wrote him, he knew that his father most likely died sealing that Kyuubi thing into him. He decided that he would look into things more when he had time. 1 month later, he started to go to school because to join the Ninja Academy, a student must at least have 3 years of civilian school or be homeschooled. Every day after school, he would go visit the library and look for books on the name Minato Namikaze and the Kyuubi or whatever it was. Books on Minato Namikaze were very numerous, so he found out who his father was very quickly, which was not surprising since he was one of the greatest heroes of Elif. The books about something called the Kyuubi were very difficult to find. He looked all over the library and was unable to find anything. He decided he would visit the Hokage later to talk about some stuff. Hokage's office. "Hey Gigi," yelled a Naruto who came in through the window. "Holy shit, where did you come from? Have you been talking to a person named Jiraiya?" questioned Hiruzen. Who's Jiraiya?" "Bathhouse near Wagakure." "Damn, IWA girls are pretty hot." "Achoo, some hot babe must be talking about me." "Who sneezed?" asked one of the girls. "None of us. It was that pervert." Jiraiya got pummeled by the kunoichi and barraged by their earth-style jutsu. Back at Hokage's office. "Oh, he's my student, and he likes to enter the office through the window too. Gigi, I want to ask you for a favor and for some information. I got a little curious about some stuff." "Sure, Naruto, what do you need?" "Can you give me a ninjutsu/taijutsu tutor? I have a lot of free time, and I would like to get a head start on becoming a shinobi. From what I hear when strolling around town, that you're already proficient at taijutsu. I heard you beat up some kid who's 2 years older than you." "Oh, well, you see he didn't really know how to fight. I got lucky, and he provoked me." "Akushina, he is just like you, but looks more like Minato," thought the old man. "It's okay, Naruto, I was just messing with you. I used to get into plenty of fights myself, and I have the perfect person to teach you. He will pick you up from school at 2 p.m. tomorrow. What was the information you wanted to know?" "What is the Kyuubi?" Upon hearing this, the Sandaime spit out his tea that he liked to drink to relieve stress. "Who told you about the Kyuubi?" Sarutobi yelled. I found out about it. I heard some people calling me Kyuubi brat behind my back." Fuck, F-U-C-K-H-E's only 5 years old. It's not very important what it is. I'll tell you when you get older. Gigi, please, I would like to know what is sealed inside of me." "Who told you it was sealed inside of you?" "I found out after people telling me I'm the Kyuubi brat." Naruto didn't want to tell Sarutobi about the letter and stuff inside his home. Ninjas need to have secrets, right? Luckily, Sarutobi didn't ask Naruto any more questions and finally decided to tell him the truth. "Naruto, this is a S-class secret. You can tell people, but I highly recommend that you don't tell anyone. The Kyuubi sealed inside of you was done by our late Yondaime Hokage. The demon sealed inside of you is called the Kyuubi no Yoko, means nine-tailed demon fox. Do you have books about it? I would like to know about the Kyuubi." "I have a few books, but I'll give them to you when you become a genin. Is that cool?" Sarutobi wanted to assure that Naruto became a ninja before telling him. "Sure, Gigi. Thanks for everything." Next day, 2 p.m. at Naruto's civilian school. "Naruto Uzumaki, please come with me," said an ANBU man wearing a weasel mask. "Hi, Weasel Sensei. Secret training area within training area 13. Okay, since we're no longer seen by people, I can take my mask off now." The AMBU male took off his weasel mask and revealed a very handsome face. He had onyx black eyes, 2 lines under his eyes running down to his cheeks, black hair, and his face was slightly feminine, but not to the point where he looks like a woman. "Hello, my name is Itachi Uchiha. I am 11 years old, and I will be your taijutsu/ninjutsu teacher. What the fuck at 11? He is an umbu. What kind of shit did they feed him? Naruto thought. Itachi-sensei, can I ask a question? You already have. You know what I mean, said Naruto with a hint of annoyance in his voice. Fine. What would you like to ask? How are you in the ANBU at 11 years old? Becoming ANBU has nothing to do with rank. You can become ANBU if you have special abilities that would be good for infiltration or other missions that ANBU tend to take. And if you're asking how I became ANBU, it was because they saw my abilities and I was recruited. Will you teach me how to become strong like you? Of course. Anything else? Itachi-sensei, can I request that we have some sort of student/teacher confidentiality? Like where you can't tell any one of my abilities or what I've learned. Why? Well, you see, I have a few scrolls that I have access to, and I would not like it if someone would copy them and teach other people you know. I understand. You know about the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Unlike most Uchiha, I actually dislike stealing jutsu from fellow Konoha nin. I prefer to learn it and master it instead of copying it and use it in a mediocre fashion. Itachi-sensei, I think we're going to get along very well. Chapter 5, First Blood. 2 years later, a Sunday morning. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, aka Naruto Uzumaki. Age 7. It has been 2 years since Naruto started training with Itachi Uchiha. Naruto had not forgotten about his friends in the orphanage, but he was not allowed to go since he was not 18 or a shinobi at the time. He had brought this up to the Sandaime Hokage, but the Hokage was unable to do anything because the rules were the rules. For 2 years, Naruto has studied many different things. Itachi was a very good teacher and helped Naruto learn many different jutsu, whether taijutsu or ninjutsu. He was taught how to utilize his chakra and shown which element affinity he had. To Itachi's surprise, Naruto had 3 elemental affinities, which was very rare. He had an unnatural affinity to wind, which made finding out he had multiple affinities hard. When he first pumped chakra into the paper got shredded into nothing. Normally, Itachi would have passed it off as an unnatural affinity to wind, but since he happened to have his Sharingan turned on. Normally, Itachi would have his Sharingan off, but he asked Naruto if he could have it on because he was trying to increase the duration he could hold the Sharingan. Naruto allowed him to keep it open since they were not practicing any of Naruto's jutsu that he learned from the scrolls. But when Itachi was watching Naruto pump chakra into the chakra paper, he noticed that when the chakra cut the paper into pieces, he noticed that there were still tiny pieces of paper remaining, but they disappeared and he felt a little heat coming from them. He made Naruto repeatedly do it and poured his chakra into his eyes to slow things down even further. He realized as the paper was being cut into pieces and something was making them disintegrate. He had no answer to what just happened, so he asked Naruto to practice his taijutsu katas while he went to ask a more experienced teacher. Itachi had been running around the village looking for an experienced jonin or one of his ANBU senpai. Then it hit him. Why didn't he ask his ANBU captain? He knew where he hung out when he was off duty. Itachi shined to the memorial stone of the Leaf's heroes, and there he was. Memorial stone. Inu senpai. Don't call me that. I'm off duty, Itachi, said the gray-haired man who wore his headband over his right eye and wore a mask that covered the lower half of his face. Long time no see, senpai. Yeah, I've missed my favorite ANBU, Ototo. Where have you been? We should hang out or something. Akakashi senpai, you know where I've been. I've seen you watching us. Sharp as ever, Itachi. Anyways, what do you need? Well, I wanted to find out the elemental affinity of my student, but something very interesting happened, and I have no idea what I meant. He poured his chakra into chakra paper, and at first it seemed like he had an insane affinity to wind, because the paper was shredded into nothing, but when I poured chakra into my Sharingan to watch and slow it down, the paper was cut into very tiny pieces, but there were still pieces of paper, then they disintegrated. Are there any other ways to find out a person's elemental affinity? Oh, that's odd. There's another way, but you need to bring him into the ANBU office. I'll meet you there. Make sure you are wearing your ANBU gear. Kakashi shunshined away and Itachi shunshined back to the secret training area in Training Area 13. It was secret because it was a former ENBU training area before they made the ENBU building bigger and started training indoors. Itachi was one of the last generations of ENBU trained there. Secret training area within Training Ground 13. Naruto got bored of practicing his taijutsu katas after 10 minutes of Itachi's departure. He instead started practicing using a new weapon his father created but was never used in battle. His father called the weapon the Tsurunaburito. It was a very large blade that is attached to a person's forearm. It was approximately 3 feet long blade that was strapped on the forearm with multiple straps to ensure it won't slip or fall off, and it extremely sharp from the tip of the blade till about a foot before the weapon ends. The weapon could be used as a makeshift sword/shield hybrid. The weapon itself is extremely special because of the properties of the metal. The sharper parts of the weapon are made with 100% chakra metal, and as it gets closer to the middle of the blade, the percent of steel rises. So at the blade's edge, it is 100% chakra metal, while at the core, it is 100% steel. This is because if the edge has chakra metal, it will increase its offensive capabilities and keeps the weapon lighter, while the steel at the core makes the weapon sturdier when it is used as a shield to block. Naruto's father was writing a book on katas for the weapon, but it was incomplete, so Naruto had to learn to create his own new moves. Naruto also doesn't have to carry the weapon around because his father created a seal that is like a mini summoning jutsu, where it can summon weapons or inanimate objects to where the seal is. In Naruto's case, he pours chakra on the seal, and it will summon the Tsurunaburito. While Naruto was practicing his katas, Itachi shunshined in. Itachi had not seen that weapon before because Naruto was mainly practicing with the weapon indoors. "Naruto, what the hell is that?" asked Itachi, wearing his AMBU gear. "Oh, Itachi-sensei, I was meaning to show you this weapon I'm practicing, but I wanted to get more experience with it." "Did you find what you were looking for?" asked Naruto. "Yeah, put away your blade and come here and hold my hand. We need to go to the ANBU building." Naruto sealed away his weapon, which surprised Itachi, and grabbed his hand, and they shunshined inside the ANBU building. The ANBU building looked nothing like a real building. It was actually under the Hokage Tower, not where Root is. Also, there are no doors to enter the building. The only ways to enter are using the Shunshin, Hiraishin, or a reverse summoning technique. Inside the building, there were a bunch of ANBU walking around and doing tasks or training. "Yo, Weasel, over here," yelled the man with gravity-defying gray hair and was wearing a dog mask. Inu escorted Weasel and Naruto to one of the rooms in the large hall. Inside was a mechanism that had 5 tubes of a liquid. On the top 4 of the 5 tubes had full liquid, while one was only half filled. Under the tubes, there's a pad where a person is supposed to put their hand. "Inu-san, why does your mask and Weasel-sensei's mask seem really familiar to me?" questioned Naruto. "Well, you see, Weasel and I were assigned to watch you until Weasel became your tutor." "Oh, I remember now. I saw you guys looking at me from the trees when I was still in the orphanage. I thought I was seeing things, but I guess I wasn't." "Okay, Naruto, put your hand flat on this pad, and when I tell you to just channel chakra into your hand," said the man wearing the dog mask. Naruto placed his hand on the pad, and when instructed to, he channeled chakra into his hand, which was absorbed by the mechanism. The result shocked both Inu and Weasel. As Naruto channeled chakra into his hand, 3 of the 5 tubes started acting up. The first tube, labeled Fu, had a twister inside of it for a split second before exploding. The second tube, labeled Tsuchi, filled 3/4 of the tube in a brown substance, possibly earth or rocks. The third tube, labeled Ka, started boiling the water until it evaporated, then a fire was inside the tube. Inu and Weasel had never seen something like this before, so they grabbed the mechanism and 3 extra tubes, and the boy and Shunshine to the Hokage's office. Hokage's office. Right as the 3 shunshined, and they were greeted with an image that should not be seen by anyone under the age of 18. In the room, there were 4 stripper poles and 4 very well endowed women dancing on the poles. While the women were dancing on the poles, there were two elderly gentlemen giggling like perverts watching women in the spa. Jiraiya and Hiruzen were having the time of their lives. Jiraiya often wondered why his sensei never abused his power and never had strippers in his room all the time. Jiraiya just went on a lucky streak and won 50,000 Rio, approximate $5,000, and blew it on hiring strippers in his sensei's room for the whole day. Inu was having the time of his life and sat next to the Hokage, and Jiraiya, completely forgetting Weasel and Naruto, was there. Hokage-sama. Weasel yelled while there was a slight drip of blood falling on the ground steadily. Naruto was quickly taking notes on how these women affected the men and how the women looked. He was thinking that he could create a jutsu that would decimate the straight male population. Hokage-sama. Weasel yelled a second time. After hearing those words, the girls stopped dancing and desummoned the poles and walked into the side room for a second while Jiraiya followed them. The Hokage finally was knocked out of the trance and was able to notice Naruto and Weasel. "Why did you stop?" asked Inu and Jiraiya at the same time, with blood trickling like a faucet off their face. "Oh, hi, Weasel." "Inu. Naruto, how can I help you?" asked the Sandame. Hokage-sama, I kind of forgot," said Kakashi while scratching his scalp. "Hokage-sama, something unusual happened when we tested Naruto for his elemental affinity." How?" "It's very straightforward. You give him chakra paper, and then you know what it is." "How can something unusual happen?" said the Hokage with disbelief. "Watch this." Kakashi reaches into one of the pockets of his vest and gives Naruto a chakra paper. He hands it to Naruto and instructs him to put a little chakra into the paper. As Naruto channels his chakra into the paper, it gets shredded and there is nothing left. So he has an insane affinity with the wind element. The Shodaime had something familiar with the water element. "Well, that's pretty cool, I guess, since we don't have too many wind users here in Konoha," stated the Sandame. "Hokage-sama, if you have the Sharingan and pump your chakra into your eyes, you can see the papers get shredded, but the pieces of paper are still there before they completely disintegrate," said both Inu and Weasel. "Interesting. Now, show me what happens when we use the affinity machine. I assume you brought that here for a reason." They set up the machine exactly like they did last time in the AMBU office. Naruto placed his palm on the pad and channeled chakra into it when told. Same result happened. The wind tube had a twister and exploded. The earth tube filled 2/3 RDS of the bottle in dirt and rocks, and the third tube evaporated the liquid, and a fire was inside the tube. The Hokage's jaw hit the ground and rebounded up, and he swallowed deeply. "What the fuck? I know, right, Hokage-sama?" both of the ENBU said. It took 5 minutes before the Sandame got his shit together. "Well, that is a very rare occurrence. I have not seen a ninja ever have 3 elemental affinities. The last ninja I've seen with 2 elemental affinities was Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime." "GG, does that mean I will be stronger than the Yondaime?" "I hope so. He is my idol," Naruto exclaimed. Naruto did not tell anyone that he knew that the Yondaime was his dad. In the books he read, he found out his father was a fucking beast and basically was in every single bingo book ever as a SS rank ninja. Since his dad was such a dangerous ninja, he assumed that if other countries found out that the Yondaime had a son, people would be afraid of the blood coursing through his veins and try to kill him. "Well, son, you have the potential. As you know, you are the legacy of the Yondaime. He would love it if you ever surpassed him," said the Sandame. Inu and Weasels had an anime sweat drop on their heads. "You told him? After you said if anyone tells anyone they would be killed?" both of them asked. "He already found out by himself, so I just told him the information he was missing," said the Sandame. "Well, Naruto, apparently you have an insane affinity to wind, a strong affinity to fire, and a slightly strong affinity to earth. When you graduate as a genin, I will have a lot of scrolls I will give you to help you with your affinities." "Is there anything else?" said the Sandame. "Damn, Minato, what kind of ninja did you bring into this world? 3 elemental affinities. I believe your son will become the greatest ninja this world has ever seen." He might be the chosen one that Jiraiya keeps rambling about. No, Hokage-sama, it was just that we have never seen someone with 3 elemental affinities before. We will be taking our leave, Hokage-sama. Suae, later Gigi. I am hungry, Naruto said while his stomach gumbled. Naruto, how about I treat you to wherever you want to go? You too, Weasel. We haven't talked in a while, said Inu. Thank you, Inu-senpai. Will we change before we go eat? Asked Weasel. My outfit is just a henge. I'm too lazy to change unless I'm going on a real mission, Kakashi said as he dispelled his henge. A lazy is always, senpai. Good thing I used a henge too, Itachi said as he also dispelled his henge. Let's go to Ichiraku Ramen, yelled an excited Naruto. Sensei, he is just like you and Kushina were. I wish I could be there for him, but I have my ENBU duties. Good thing Itachi is watching over him now, thought Kakashi. Ichiraku Ramen. Tuchi Jiji. I am Chan, I'm here for ramen, yelled Naruto as he entered the stand. Kakashi and Itachi quickly followed in and sat down. But they noticed Iruka was there eating ramen again and was looking at Naruto. Joiruka, Kakashi said. Ah, Kakashi-san, I never knew you liked ramen, replied Iruka. Well, I don't like ramen that much, but Naruto over here loves it apparently, Kakashi replied. Iruka, why do you look at Naruto like that? It's not a look of hatred or fear, but more of a dislike, Kakashi whispered. Sorry, Kakashi-san. I don't blame him for my parents' death, but it's hard for me to look at him with happiness. Maybe if I ever get to know him, I will be able to look at him without thinking of my dead parents. His tone was normal till the end where it was laced with anger. Iruka then left the stand quickly after paying. It was very difficult for Iruka to look at Naruto and not think of his parents, even though he believed in his heart that the boy did nothing wrong. Ohgami, is Itachi Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake eating at our ramen joint? I am screamed. Itachi and Kakashi is so handsome. I am said with fangirl sparkles in her eyes. PSH, how about me? Said Naruto, trying to look as handsome as possible. You are a bit young for me. Sorry, Naruto, said Iam. Well, you are too old for me anyways, and you probably have cooties, yelled Naruto. I do not have cooties. Iam yelled while hitting Naruto in the head with a frying pan. Anyways, what would you guys want to order? Asked Iam. And we will have what Naruto is having, I guess. We don't come here often, Kakashi said. I would like to have 5 miso ramens, Naruto ordered. Dad, 7 miso ramens, yelled Iam to Tucci. While waiting for the ramen, they casually talked about how Naruto's training was going and how he would easily make it to Genin, and how Itachi was training his Sharingan so he could have it up for longer. After dinner, Itachi and Kakashi offered to take Naruto back to his condo, but Naruto politely declined because he wanted to walk around Konoha before going back home. Itachi was sure Naruto could hold off an attack from anyone that isn't Chunin or above, so he figured Naruto would be fine walking around on his own. Naruto was walking around looking up at the stars, ignoring the looks of the civilians because he knew that if he paid attention to them, it would only bring him down. He passed by the park watching the little children playing with their parents and felt a little jealous that they had people with them, cared for them, and loved them. He passed the academy building and tried to remember how to get there because he was going to have his first year in the academy in approximate 3 months. After passing by the academy, he heard something. You bitch, I bet you thought that was funny, huh? You fucking scared me into thinking I was going to die. Where did your wannabe badass self go? First you stand up for that ugly bitch, and now you are all cowering in fear. What a fucking joke. Naruto heard a slightly familiar female voice say this. Please don't hurt me. You guys were just bullying her, so I tried to get you guys to stop. Please don't hurt me, said a very afraid female voice. Well, it's your fault. You had to try to stand up for that girl, another female voice said. If you just let us pick on her, none of this would have happened, said a different female voice. Naruto was disgusted by this. He remembered the time when those girls at the orphanage were picking on his friend Ami and how he had to protect her from them. He wouldn't let this stand. He ran up in front of the girl who was on the ground. She was bruised up slightly from probably getting punched and kicked a few times. The girl was actually quite pretty and had pretty nice clothes on. She was most likely from one of the bigger clans. The girl had light blue eyes, platinum blonde hair, relatively short hair with her bangs being held up by a hairpin. Naruto turned around to the assailants of the girl and gave them a dirty look while he helped the roughed-up girl on her feet. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" said one of the three assailants. "Yeah, you piece of shit, you can't just take her away," said the second of the three assailants. Naruto turned at them and glared at them. "And then Naruto, is T that you?" said the leader of the three girls. "Who the fuck are you, and why do you know my name?" Naruto said while pulling out a kunai knife, showing he was down to brawl if they wanted to hurt him and the girl. "And in Naruto, it's me. You don't remember me? It's me, Ami," screamed the leader of the pack. "What a load of bullshit, Ami would never do this. Now who the fuck are you?" Naruto yelled. The girl walked into the light, and the sight of her shocked the blonde. It was a female girl around the same age as him, with purple hair in an awkward style with brown eyes, wearing a pink and orange vertically striped vest on top of a blue shirt. "In no way. What the fuck happened to you? How did you slip so far and end up like this?" Naruto spat out. "What you see now is your fault. When you left me and Kenji behind back in the orphanage, we were alone. You never even came back to visit. I bet you got all caught up with your new family that you forgot about us. All the girls kept picking on me, and Kenji left soon after you did because he got adopted. The only way for me was to fight them back, and I did. Now nobody would dare pick on me," said Ami. "That doesn't give you the right to pick on other people. I know they picked on you. I was there when it happened. I thought I saved you. If this is how you ended up, I'm not sure I made the right decision back then. I honestly regret meeting you back then if this is how you are now. And for your information, I was kicked out of the orphanage, and I tried to visit, but they wouldn't let me in. I don't even want to talk to you right now. As of right now, we're no longer friends. You can change that, but I refuse to acknowledge a bully like you as my friend." Naruto put away his kunai knife and began to help the blonde girl walk to her home. As he was walking away, Ami started screaming. "Naruto, please. You were everything to me. Please don't leave me again," Ami said while crying. "I'll talk to you next time if I ever see you again. You probably know which school I'll be attending in a few months." Naruto asked the girl where she lived because he felt bad if he just let her walk back to her home after being roughed up. "What's your name? I've never seen you before," asked the blonde girl. "Naruto Uzumaki no Naruto Uzumaki." Shit, I almost revealed that I was the Yandame's son. If Gigi found out I knew who my parents were, he would ask me how I knew, and he would know all about the secrets of the Namikaze. "Thanks for saving me. Did you know Ami?" "You're welcome. I didn't know her in the past. Are you going to be attending the Ninja Academy in a few months from now?" "Yep. My dream is to become the Hokage and surpass my idol, the Yandame. Now that you mention it, you guys have the same hair color and eye color. You are kind of cute. We should be friends. My name is Ino Yamanaka, and I am the heir of the Yamanaka clan." Naruto blushed when she called him cute. He remembered the old Ami and how she would always call him that. "I would love to be your friend, Yamanaka-Heim. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I am the heir of nothing." Ino turned slightly red when he called her princess and chuckled with his second introduction. Now that she thought about it, her introduction sounded kind of snobby. "Is this your house? This looks like a flower shop." Naruto asked. "Ha ha ha, I like you. You're funny. My house is over there next to the flower shop." Naruto noticed the sign of the flower shop. "Yamanaka Flower Shop. Do you guys own it?" "Yeah. Now I know where to buy flowers whenever I need them." "Please, you know that you'll just come over to see me," Ino said with a wink. "All right, Yamanaka-Heim, we are here. Have a good night. See you whenever I see you." Naruto knocked on the door and waited for someone to open it. A taller than average blonde man opened the door and was shocked to see his little girl slightly bruised. Inoichi was very protective of his daughter, but recently she asked permission from him to stay outside a little bit longer to hang out with her friends. He decided to let her have a little more freedom as long as she was home by 7. He got a little worried when it was already 7:30, but then someone knocked on the door. He opened it and found a young blonde boy with whisker marks assisting his bruised-up daughter. He knew who the boy was. Nobody in the village didn't know who the boy was as a Jinchuriki. Inoichi was one of the few who knew about his heritage. In fact, he, along with many clan heads, offered to adopt the boy because of their relationship with his father. Minato was very close with the current clan heads even before he became Hokage. They would often hang out in the Jonin Lounge before the Third Great Shinobi War. They liked him because he was a funny, outgoing guy. The only ones who knew about Naruto's heritage were those who were close to the Yondaime Hokage. But after he died, the Sandaime Hokage told them to keep it a secret since it was the will of the Yondaime. But after seeing his daughter hurt, he threw out all logic and searched for something to blame. What happened, darling? Who did this to you? Was it this young man? Asked Inoichi. No, Daddy, he saved me. Remember Sakura, Haruno? Ino said. The pink-haired girl? Did she do this to you? No, but I saved her from bullies. She was picking flowers, and a gang of 3 girls started picking on her again and pushed her down. I felt bad for her, so I threw a flower in the leader of the gang's mouth and told her it was poisonous. I saved her, and she became my friend. She said with a smile. But who did this to you? It was the gang of bullies that were picking on Sakura. They were mad because they thought they were going to die from the flower. They punched me in the face and pushed me down where I twisted my ankle, and they kicked me like twice before my hero saved me. Thank you for saving my daughter. The Yamanaka clan owes you one. But who did this to you, Ino? Tell me, and I will personally handle this. Right before Naruto could say Ami was the one who beat Ino blurted out. I don't know their names or anything, but it's okay, Naruto over here punished them, she said with a wink towards Naruto. Uzumaki-san, would you like to have dinner here in our home, especially because I'm sure Ino has not eaten? Asked Inoichi. Naruto did not even notice that Inoichi called him by his last name when he had not told him what his last name was. He tried to politely reject the offer, but his stomach grumbled. It was awkward for a few seconds until Inoichi spoke up. Well, I guess your stomach accepted the offer before you did, he said while chuckling. During dinner, Inoichi seemed very interested in Naruto and how he has been so far. Inoichi's wife was also very interested in his life. Ino was very happy that her friend was having dinner with her family. She asked him if he would like to play the next day, since she heard he did not have many friends. Naruto told her that he had free time from 5:30 to 7 p.m. tomorrow because he had special lessons from his private tutor. Inoichi and his wife were surprised that he was already training to become a shinobi before he was in the academy. He explained that he had nothing else to do because nobody wanted to become his friend near his home, so he requested a private tutor/instructor to teach/help him with some stuff. He never told them his abilities other than he was already learning to become a shinobi, nor did he tell them who he was learning from. Inoichi decided that he would visit the Hokage the next day about why Naruto had no friends and why he was being trained at such a young age. Ino then realized why when he came to protect her, he whipped out a kunai. After dinner, Inoichi wanted to escort Naruto back to his home, but Naruto declined, stating he was fine by himself, and it was quite far from their home since he lived in the civilian district. The civilian district was an area of Konoha where 99% of the population there were civilians and the other 1% were retired ninja. Ninja did not like living in that area because it was so far from the training areas and so far from Hokage Tower. The Namikaze purposely bought a condo there because nobody expects something from a person living in the civilian district. The civilian district was divided into 9 sectors. Naruto lived in the 9th sector, which was near the outskirts of Konoha. Every day, it would take Naruto an hour of running on the roofs to get to the training area 13, where he trained with Itachi. Naruto knew it was troublesome, but it was worth it since there was a ton of amenities in the condo he lived in. He said his goodbyes and left Ino's house. He was looking forward to playing with her friends since he hasn't had a friend in around 2 years. Naruto started his trek back across Konoha to get back to his house when a slightly drunk man approached Naruto. The drunk man was approximately 35 years old. He had grayish black hair that went down to his shoulders, same colored eyes, and a French mustache. Although the man looked quite ridiculous, Naruto knew the man was a ninja because of the forehead protector that he wore around his neck, and he also wore a flak jacket with a Sagi clan symbol on his right shoulder. "Hey kid, do you want to become a ninja?" asked the drunk man. "Yes." "Do you want to know the secret on how to become a strong ninja?" "I smell a kekkei genkai." "Shut up, God. I wonder what this guy's secret to becoming a strong ninja is. This guy doesn't look like he is up to something good. I seriously think I'm going crazy. Can you tell me the secret?" "We have to go to a more isolated area. The only reason I'm telling you this secret is because you remind me of somebody that I used to know." "Okay, where's a more isolated area?" "Follow me." The man led Naruto around until he found a good area. It was in a not-so-good part of town. Naruto was scared, thinking the man would try to kill him or something. He was ready to unseal his Burrito, and he had his other hand near the kunai in his pocket. The man looked relieved that they were now alone. "Did you know that each human has a hidden seal that the village puts on each child to suppress their chakra?" the man said. "I don't remember seeing any seals on my body." Naruto elite. This seal normally will never be seen by the person, but when you display certain emotions, the seal will show itself. If you would want to become a great shinobi, the first step is to get rid of this seal. "Where is the seal located?" Naruto asked with disbelief. "This may seem awkward, but trust me, it is to remove the seal." The man was awkwardly caressing Naruto's upper body. "What are you doing?" Naruto did not like him touching him like that. "I'm trying to find the suppressing seal." "Kill him. Don't let him touch you like that. For once, I believe you should do something to stop that man. I have never heard of seal being placed on children." Naruto kept his eye on the man. If he would do anything funny, he wouldn't hesitate to unseal his Burrito. This is odd, but it is not on your upper body. Maybe they put the seal on your lower body." The man started at Naruto's feet and slowly went up. Naruto felt really uncomfortable, then he felt a little smack on his, but while the man's other hand was moving towards his private area. Naruto realized there was no seal, and the man tricked him into letting him touch him. "Kill him." Right as the man's hand was only a few inches away from Naruto's private zone, Naruto unsealed his Burrito and chopped off the man's offending hand, while his other hand grabbed the kunai knife and kicked the man, and shoving the kunai where he thought the man's heart was. Sadly, Naruto missed the man's heart, but was able to puncture a lung. Naruto, in shock, forgot to retrieve the kunai and left where he stabbed the man in the lung. "Cough, cough, you little fucker. Cough. I was going to help you become a great ninja." "Don't give me that bullshit. I know what you were trying to grab." "Die, you little shit." The man lunged at him with a kunai in his remaining hand. The man was losing blood, and quickly, half of his left arm was cut off, and where he was stabbed in the lung was bleeding like crazy. Naruto blocked the kunai with another kunai he pulled from his pocket. Naruto had the advantage since he had two weapons and two hands still. Naruto made a swipe for his midsection while the man jumped back and only suffered a small cut. The man knew he had to kill the boy quickly and find a hospital, so he was going to try to do a jutsu, but his other hand had been cut off. He realized he couldn't use jutsu, so he would try to overpower the boy. Naruto had a hard time blocking the man's kunai swipes because he had so much power behind it. Instead of blocking, he felt dodging would be a better solution. The man was trying really hard to kill Naruto because he knew time was against him. The man decided to change tactics as he grabbed 5 shuriken from his pouch and threw it at the young boy. Naruto thought he blocked all the shuriken until he felt something sharp and looked at his torso, which had 2 shuriken jammed into it. That was not possible. He threw 3 shuriken and he blocked them all. He saw another barrage of 3 shuriken coming towards him, and he blocked them again, but he felt the pain again, and there was another 2 shuriken embedded in his torso. That hit him. The guy threw 5 shuriken at him, but he was only able to see 3. He must have used those 3 to cover the 2 hidden shuriken. He smirked when he realized his mistake, but when he was preparing to block more shuriken, the man was no longer where he was standing earlier. He felt something behind him, so he turned around, but it was too late. As he turned around, a kunai plunged into his right shoulder. The man saw his chance. The boy was thinking of something, so right as he threw his last barrage of shuriken, he shunned shine behind the boy. But something was wrong. He saw 3 boys instead of 1 boy. He assumed the blood loss was getting to him. He refused to be killed by some child without taking the child with him. He decided to take a risk and to stab the middle boy. The boy was turning around, but it was too late. The kunai already plunged inside the boy. To his surprise, the boy was stabbed in the shoulder instead of the heart. All he could see before blacking out was the giant blade strapped on the boy's arm, swinging at his torso before blood was splattered all over the streets. Don't forget to seal away the body so we can find its secrets. Naruto obeyed the voice for the second time in his entire life. He always carried transportation scrolls and put the man's carcass inside of it. It was a mess around him. His last swing almost cut the man in half, so there was blood all over where he body landed. After the adrenaline faded, he could feel the pain of the shuriken embedded in his torso along with the kunai that was stabbed really deep in his shoulder. He felt like he was going to fall unconscious at any moment. He saw someone that looked like one of the ANBU members he had seen earlier at the ANBU building and ran towards him, but didn't make it halfway before falling unconscious. "Hey kid, what happened? Are you okay?" was all Naruto heard before he fell into the darkness. Chapter 6. Remorse. Naruto awoke with a massive headache and was surprised to see 4 people staring at him. His vision was a little bit blurry, but as soon as he was able to hear the voices calling out to him, he knew who 2 of the 4 were. "Naruto, are you okay?" the man in the weasel mask asked. "Naruto, how many fingers am I holding up?" while showing him his whole hand. "5. Naruto said, but the bandages on his mouth made it difficult for the others to hear him. 5. Naruto yelled so they could hear him. "Oh man, he needs to be checked out. I'm only holding up 4 fingers and an opposable thumb." This comment got Inu smacked by the female Umbu, wearing a cat mask. "Don't mess with him, Inu-senpai. He is all confused now thanks to you." Naruto took a look at his body and found himself almost mummified. He had bandages from his waist to his mouth. Naruto was wondering why he had bandages on his mouth, since he was sure he did not sustain injuries there. Since Naruto did not want to have to yell to get them to understand him, he grabbed the pen and paper next to him and flipped over the paper and began to write on it. All of the ANBU were waiting for him to finish writing, and as soon as he did, they began to read it. "Why do I have bandages on my mouth?" The female ANBU with the cat mask scratched her head as she answered. "Sorry, Uzumaki-san, I got a little carried away during the bandaging." "PSH just carried away? I remember you rewrapping his face 10 times until you deemed his look cool enough," said the male wearing a cat-like mask. Naruto began furiously scribbling words again on the piece of paper. "Can I see what I look like? I want to see how cool I look." Upon reading this, all of the 4 ANBU, even the usually emotionless Weasel, burst out laughing. Naruto has had a very positive effect on Weasel. Before meeting Naruto, Weasel was similar to a robot because of how he was raised and the training of the ANBU. His fellow ANBU tried to get him to show emotion many times, but failed. But after meeting Naruto every day and spending time with him, Weasel began to open up a bit and showed emotion more frequently. They helped Naruto up and brought him to the mirror. "Whoa, I look pretty cool. If I could learn how to talk through the bandages, then I might decide to keep this look." Naruto started writing furiously on the piece of paper again. "Nico-san, how did you bandage me over my mouth? It looks pretty cool, and I might try to replicate it in the future." She then took off his bandages and rewrapped them slowly so Naruto could learn how to wrap it. Naruto was really grateful that those people were nice to him and not like the people outside. It suddenly got serious when the male ANBU with the cat-like mask asked a question. "Uzumaki-san, why did I find you with multiple shuriken and a kunai lodged in your shoulder and body?" Naruto was afraid. He did not know what to do. He didn't want to tell them that he killed the man and sealed away the body so he can examine it later. He decided he would lie to them and began writing on his paper. "I was attacked by some ninja man. He was wearing a flak jacket, so I assumed that he was at least a chunin, and he tried to kill me because I wouldn't let him touch this area. which was followed by an arrow pointing at a stick figure's private zone. If the AMBU weren't wearing masks, Naruto would have seen the anger on the four faces. He eventually found out they were very angry when he felt the killing intent of the four AMBU. Naruto was scared since he had never faced any type of killing intent before, and four AMBU were displaying a large amount of killing intent right in front of him. The AMBU realized that they were scaring the crap out of Naruto, so they stopped and apologized. "Sorry, Uzumaki-san, we were just repulsed that an adult would try to touch you there." Naruto started writing on the paper again, asking what time it was. It's around 5:15, the male ENBU with the cat-like mask said. Naruto quickly pulled down the bandage over his mouth so he could speak. "Oh man, I'm going to be late. Can I go? I told Ino that I would go play with her at 5:30. "Oh, Naruto has a girlfriend," Inu teased. "My Uzumaki-san, I never knew you were a ladies' man," teased Nico. "Bag the heir of the Yamanaka clan, nice," said the man with the cat-like mask. "Naruto, don't forget to use protection," Weasel said. As soon as Weasel said that, everyone except Naruto had a large anime sweat drop on their heads. Itachi was still new to the concept of making jokes. Kakashi tried really hard for him to understand how to make jokes and what jokes are appropriate for the time. If Naruto was maybe 7 years older, then the joke would have been appropriate and funny, but since the boy was only 7 years old, it made it really awkward. Itachi also only knew the perverted jokes because those were the only ones Kakashi told, especially since he always forgot Itachi was only 12 years old. Weasel Sensei, what is protection?" Kakashi quickly answered the question before Itachi could explain what protection was, since he accidentally told Itachi. "Naruto, I'm sure he meant for you to be safe when playing, you know." "Nice save," thought Nico and the man with the cat mask. "Okay, I'll be going now," Naruto said before he took off at an insane speed that would make a certain green tights-wearing man shout about the next generation's youthfulness. He also made sure to pull up his bandages because he thought it made him look like a super cool shinobi. "Hey guys, want to go grab a drink?" Inu asked. "Sure, let's get changed into our normal attire, then meet outside," said Nico. "Outside? All right, everyone's here. Me, Itachi, Yugao, Tenzo. Okay, let's go." The four ANBU were no longer dressed in the standard ANBU clothes as they went to the Jonin bar, where they were allowed since they were ANBU. Itachi didn't really want to go drinking because his father would get angry if he found out, but he wanted to hang out. The park. Naruto arrived at the park right on time and saw Ino playing with Sakura. He decided that he would be sneaky and try to scare her. He was able to get right behind her without her noticing. "Boo!" Ino jumped and turned around ready to smack whoever was behind her. She turned around and saw Naruto, who was obviously laughing his ass off, all bandaged up and holding a shirt in his other hand. She thought he looked pretty cool with the bandages, but wondered why he was all bandaged up. "Hey Naruto, nice shinobi look. Did you get injured or something from the time you walked from my house to yours?" Naruto pulled down the bandages over his mouth so he could speak. "Oh well, what happened to me is kind of an awkward story, but he'll tell you anyways." He told her about the man who tried to grope him and how the man got mad after he wouldn't let him. He stressed about how the man was a Chunin-level shinobi and stuff to impress her. He also said that he was able to get a few cuts on the guy. "Normally I would say that was impossible, but those bandages seem real, and I have a feeling that you were telling the truth." "Do you only have one friend? Because I swear you said you had multiple friends yesterday," Naruto teased. "Of course the guy who has no friends at all would say that," said Ino angrily. "I'm hurt, Ino. I thought we were friends. I guess I'm just eye candy for you," Naruto said with sad puppy dog eyes until he talked about him being eye candy, then he smirked. Ino would have fell for it if Naruto did not say that last sentence and smirked. "You are just my boy toy, nothing more." "I don't want to be your boy toy. You have COTS," Naruto said as he ran away. "Come back here. I do not have cooties." Sakura finally finished setting up their toys and stuff and wondering where her friend went. Sakura was a really insecure girl because people always made fun of her large forehead. She had no friends except for Ino, and they became friends because she saved her from a bully from school. Sakura finally caught sight of Ino when she saw her chasing some blonde kid who was wrapped up in bandages. She thought it was just a cousin of Ino because she hasn't seen a blonde that wasn't a Yamanaka. Ino realized that they had been excluding Sakura, so she told Naruto to stop running and she would introduce him to her friend. Sakura, this is Naruto. He saved me from getting beat up yesterday. Naruto pulled his bandages down to speak, but by doing so Sakura was able to see him whisker marks. Hello Sakura, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and may I say your hair color is quite exotic. He held out his hand, and she took it and shook it. The girl blushed since nobody ever complimented her hair color before. Hello Naruto, as you know my name is Sakura Haruno, and your bandages make you look cool. Also, how come you have blonde hair, but you aren't a Yamanaka? What are you guys talking about? Asked Ino. I just introduced myself to her, and she introduced herself to me and asked why I was blonde, but I'm not a Yamanaka. I'm not sure why I'm blonde, and these bandages were from a recent injury I got because I fought a Chunin level ninja. Naruto said boastfully. I'm not sure why you're blonde either. Only blondes I know are related to me. Why are you sure you aren't lying? I mean, we aren't ninja yet. I wish I was lying then. I wouldn't have had to wrap up my body. After the short introductions and short conversations, they decided to play games. Naruto didn't know what to play with them since he only played ninja at the orphanage. The girls didn't want to play ninja because they would go on the path to become ninja in 3 months. They wanted to play tea party where they would sit down on the ground and pretend to drink tea while talking in an awkward accent. Naruto didn't like the game, but he enjoyed spending time with other kids his age since he had no other friends. After playing Tea Party, they played hide and seek. Naruto almost never got the chance to hide since the girls always wanted to hide. But the girls weren't very good at hiding since they wore dresses that were similar to Disney princesses and they gave away their position. After playing for a while, Sakura's mom came to pick her up. Sakura, it's time to leave. It's almost 7. Her mom yelled. Oh, you made a new friend? Her mom asked after seeing Naruto. Sakura's mom knew who Naruto was, but she asked anyways. Everyone in the village knew who he was and what he contained. Sakura's mom was also one of those who were neutral with the boy. They didn't really pay much attention to him and didn't like seeing him get looked at, but they did nothing to stop it. She was happy he was able to find a friend in her daughter, though. Yamama's name is Naruto Uzumaki. Those bandages you are wearing are pretty cool. I know, right? I didn't even have injuries on my face, but Nico-chan put them on because she thought it would be cool. Neko? That's an odd name. Well, that's her ANBU code name. You know YNBU? Wow, I guess you want to become a ninja too then. Yep, I know Nico-chan, Inu-san, and Weasel-SE-san. And yes, I will be the greatest Hokage ever and surpass my idol, the Yondaime. Nice dreams, kid. Oksekure, let's go Kropka. After Sakura left, Naruto decided to escort Ino home in case someone would try to harm her. Naruto, remember how you said, I only had one friend? I was just messing with you. Ino, having one friend is okay, and plus you have me now, so that's 2. You're such a nice person. But I have more friends. They were just unable to come today. They will be coming tomorrow, though. Well, how many more do you have? 1 more. Naruto said with a smirk. Naruto, you can be such a meanest sometimes. Ino said with a pout. You know I'm joking, right? Naruto said as he tried to get her to stop pouting. Nope, you are mean in Naruto. As they were walking back to Ino's house, Naruto heard something around the corner of the building. He told Ino that he thought he heard something and that they should check it out. As they went to check it out, they saw 2 boys pushing around a little girl. What angered Naruto was the boys were wearing shinobi clothing while the girl was just wearing a dress. The girl was a tiny girl with dark indigo hair and was wearing an expensive-looking dress that was damaged from her falling on the ground several times. The girl was different from other people. Her eyes weren't normal. They had a lavender color instead of the standard eye colors, blue, green, brown, etc. I bet you think you were better than us because you're a fucking Hyuga, said the chubbier of the 2 boys. You are pathetic. Are you even Hyuga? The thinner boy said. I thought relatives of Niji would do better than this. Yeah, although that guy thinks he is hot shit, he at least has skill to back it up. I'm sorry. P, please, it don't hurt me anymore, the tiny girl said. What did you say, bitch? Arrogant Hyuga piece of shit. I am sorry, P, please, stop. I didn't do anything to you guys. You didn't, but your cocky shit cousin did, so we were taking revenge on you, said the thinner boy. Right when the boy finished that sentence, he got a punch in the face which caused him to fly 10 feet. Right after punching the boy in the face, Naruto sweeped the larger boy and mounted him and pounded the shit out of the kid's face. The thinner boy was angry that some kid had the audacity to fight them. You little shit, yelled the thinner boy. The thinner boy shot quickly at Naruto and tried to punch him in the face. The key word was tried. Naruto dodged the punch and hit the boy in the stomach really quick to buy time to unmount off the fat kid. Surprisingly, the fat boy could still stand after the pounding he took. Both of them surrounded Naruto and threw punches wildly. The boys were using the standard Academy Taijutsu style. Naruto saw them using the Academy Taijutsu style and smirked because he knew all the weaknesses of the style since his sensei taught him. He settled into his Muay Thai fighting stance and waited for them to attack him. The fat boy went first and tried to land a right straight on Naruto, but Naruto saw it coming and sidestepped it while countering with a left jab, right straight, left hook into a right uppercut combo. The fat kid was shocked by the display of speed and fell on his ass. His partner thought Naruto looked distracted, so he ran at him, trying to punch him, and was surprised when it was blocked by Naruto. The thinner boy panicked and sent a flurry of punches towards Naruto. Naruto tried to dodge them all, but he got hit a few times until he saw a good point to counter. He saw the punch was coming at him too much to the right, so he spun around clockwise and nailed the thinner boy with a right spinning back fist. The two kids were beyond angry. They were furious that some kid who wasn't even an academy student beat them up. They knew they couldn't beat the blonde in a fist fight, so they both pulled out kunai knives. Naruto didn't know whether he trusted them enough to show them his weapon. He decided against it and started forming hand seals. The two boys thought he was bluffing since there was no way a non-ninja could do jutsu. Ram, tiger, monkey, boar, horse, tiger were the seals he performed. I'm only using this jutsu because if I use anything bigger, I might draw unnecessary attention to myself. Katon, Gaki no Jutsu. This was one of the first jutsu Itachi taught him even before he found out he had a fire affinity. Flashback, 1 year ago. Naruto, I would like to teach you a Uchiha clan jutsu. But Itachi-sensei, wouldn't your clan be mad because you are teaching it to a non-Uchiha? Naruto, I have been your sensei for over a year now. I never told you this, but I see you as a younger brother. I already have a younger brother, but he is nothing like you. I try to teach him a few stuff, but he hates learning basics and only wants to learn powerful or flashy techniques. You, on the other hand, will absorb anything I teach you. You are like the perfect student. It would be an honor to teach you this jutsu, even thought you are not an Uchiha, and you may not even have a fire affinity. Hopefully you will be able to use this jutsu. And don't worry, the Uchiha can't do anything to me. I am probably the strongest Uchiha in the Uchiha clan right now. While I have never had family before, the closest thing I had to family was 2 of my friends in the orphanage, and I wasn't allowed to visit them. Alright, Naruto, to do fire jutsu, you need to channel chakra into your lungs. And take a breath. The deeper the breath, the more fire will come out. Then you have to think of fire and the heat, and exhale. If you do it right, then fire should come out. Before I teach you the actual jutsu, why don't you do the fire jutsu exercise? Perform the hand seals horse and tiger while taking a deep breath and after exhale. Naruto did as he was told and performed the hand seals and took a deep breath and exhaled. Itachi didn't expect much because it was the first time he was doing the exercise. As Naruto exhaled a decent amount of fire that made him look like a miniature flamethrower. Itachi was shocked that he was able to produce fire at all on the first try. Normally there might be an ember or a wisp, but he was able to produce real fire. He asked Naruto to do it again, but this time he activated his Sharingan to see what the boy was doing. The boy listened very well because he did exactly what he was told. He channeled a large amount of chakra into his lungs while taking a deep breath, and when he exhaled, he let the chakra exit his body with the air. Itachi didn't tell him the second part because he wanted Naruto to find out how to do it by himself, and Naruto ended up doing it inadvertently. Wow, good job, Naruto. I didn't expect you to produce that much fire on your first try. I think you're ready for the technique. The hand seals that you use are ram, tiger, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, and do the same thing you just did right now. The jutsu's name is katan. Gokaku no jutsu, and the jutsu that I had you perform as an exercise is called katan. Hibirisa no jutsu. It is a very ineffective jutsu, but it is good practice for beginners. Naruto performed the seals for the katan, Gokaku no jutsu, and exhaled, but was not too impressed with what came out. A medium-sized fireball about 5 foot tall and 5 feet wide came out and exploded in a big fire. Although Naruto wasn't impressed, Itachi certainly was. Not many children could even attempt this jutsu because of the chakra cost. Not to mention, when he himself first tried this jutsu, he was only able to create a small stream of fire. In flashback, the two boys were not expecting anything to come out of the young blonde's mouth. First of all, he wasn't even an academy student yet. And second of all, there was an exclusive Uchiha-only jutsu. To their surprise, a gigantic fireball was shot out of the blonde's mouth and was coming at them at an insane speed. They were able to get out of the fireball's path, but when it exploded, it launched them into the trees, which promptly knocked them out. Naruto had a huge problem now. Things were catching on fire, and he didn't know water jutsu like Itachi did. While he ran around frantically trying to put out the fire, he had 2 pairs of eyes look at him with wonder. The first was a pair of baby blue eyes, and the second was a pair of lavender eyes. Suddenly, a ANBU with a weasel mask shined in. Naruto, what the hell? I told you not to use that jutsu unless I'm there to put out the fire. Sorry, Ida Weasel Sensei. It's just that those 2 boys were bullying a small, helpless girl, and I fought them with taijutsu, but they pulled out kunai knives, and I didn't want to unseal my weapon because I have not mastered it yet. Self-defense, I guess I'll let this slide. By the way, nice fireball, man. I saw it all the way from the Hokage Tower. Itachi said before putting out the raging fire with a powerful water jutsu. Thank you, Sensei. I was only able to do that because of your teachings. Itachi walked over to the 2 unconscious boys and performed a few hand seals before touching their heads. He performed a small memory wipe jutsu to make them forget about Naruto performing the fireball. I see you are attracting the ladies, Naruto. Be careful, fangirls are one of the scariest things in the world, Itachi said before shining out. Naruto and Ino quickly ran over to the small girl who was still on the ground. Are you okay? They both said. Thank you. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, he said while holding his hand out. My name is Yamanaka Ino, and I am the heir of the Yamanaka clan, Ino said with her standard greeting. Hello, Naruto, and Ino, and my name I is Hinata Hyuga, and I am the current heir of the Hyuga clan, and took Naruto's assistance in getting up. Geez, I saved 2 princesses in 2 days. I'm a fucking beast, Naruto said while he got smacked over the head by Ino. Where do you live, Hyugaheim, so we can escort you to your home? You seem hurt, so I would feel bad if we just left you here, Naruto said while rubbing his head. I'll live in the Hyuga Sea compound. You baka. Of course she lives in the Hyuga compound. All clan members live in their respective compounds. Sorry, Yamanaka Heim, you guys are the first clan members I have ever met. They helped up Hinata and started to escort her to her home. They became good friends, and Ino even invited Hinata to play with them the next day. But halfway to the Hyuga compound, a Hyuga male saw her and ran up to her. Hinata-sama, are you okay? What happened? Ako-san, I was walking around in the flower field, and some academy students started picking on me because I was a Hyuga and the cousin of Niji. Who were they? I'll kill them. They dare mess with the Hyuga clan? I don't think they want to mess with Hinata unless they want their ass kicked. Naruto said, making sure he left out using a jutsu made by the Uchiha. In Naruto Kikkoin was amazing. He beat them in a 1 versus 2 Titai Jitsu match, and when they pulled out Their Kekkei, he did an amazing MMPH. Hinata said before her hand was covered by Naruto's mouth. Hinata-chan, please don't tell anyone I can do that jutsu. It was a jutsu that only Uchiha are supposed to know. Please keep my secret, he whispered into Hinata's ear. Hinata noticed the suffix attached to her name and began blushing. Hinata nodded, and he let go of her mouth. Ko then asked if he could take Hinata home, because apparently she left the compound without asking her father. After Hinata left Naruto, and Ino started walking back to where Ino lived. You never told me you knew how to do ninjutsu, Ino said. You never asked, Naruto said with a smirk. Naruto-kun, will you come play with us tomorrow? A lot more people will be there tomorrow. Of course, and yeah, I guess there will be a lot more people since there's 3 of us, and now there is 4. That is like an increase of like 33%. Naruto said before he took off running. Naruto, Ino yelled while chasing Naruto down the street. Naruto and Ino eventually got to her house and dropped her off. Since he had nothing else better to do, Naruto walked back to his own house. He had not been there in 1 whole day because of the incident the other day. It's time. Time for what? Did you already forget about the body? What body? Naruto had forgotten his first kill, because from the moment he woke up until just now, he was with other people, which took his mind off of the events that happened the other day. Now he was alone in his apartment, and he remembered everything. Naruto spent the next 3 hours sitting in a corner crying. Listen to me. He is already dead. You can't do anything about that. Now you have 2 choices. Either just let his body rot and become worthless, or extract his kekkei genkai. The only difference between the 2 is whether you waste his body or not. I guess I'll do it since he is already dead. Naruto put the corpse of the man on the table, pulled out some medical instruments, and a voice in his head instructed him on how to extract the kekkei genkai. During the extraction, they found out the man's kekkei genkai allowed him to physically change his body, meaning instead of using a genjutsu for a henge, the body will transform into the person, physically making it impossible to tell if a person is using a henge or not. Naruto didn't know why, but he actually enjoyed extracting the kekkei genkai from that man's body. He knew that this wouldn't be the only time he would do this. The problem with liking killing people and taking their kekkei genkai was that he lived in Konoha. Konoha was a place that loved their kekkei genkai, so Naruto made a rule book on who he can kill and who he can't. He decided that he wouldn't kill any Konoha shinobi, children, and pregnant women. But if he ran into already dead corpses that he knew had a kekkei genkai, then he would extract it. The time Naruto finished extracting the kekkei genkai, it was already around 4 a.m. Naruto tried to get a few hours of sleep before he had to go to civilian school, but he woke up every 10 to 20 minutes from nightmares concerning the man he killed. He would have to talk to someone about this. After school, everyday civilian school is the same. They teach useless things like math, English, science, and history. Naruto was glad this was his last year in civilian school, because he would go crazy if he was a civilian and had to go through 12 years of this. Every day after school, Naruto would head to Training Area 13 and look for their special training area, which has silencing seals and invisibility seals. Training Area 13 Special Training Area. Itachi-sensei, I need to talk to you about something important. Of course, Otudo. What would you like to talk about? What was it like when you first killed someone? My first kill was when I was 8 years old. I was on a C rank mission. It was an escort mission. We were escorting the Fire Daimyo's son, and we were attacked by 2 A rank missing nin. I mastered my Sharingan during the middle of the fight, and my team and I were able to kill them without losing a single member. The 3 Tomo Sharingan really helped a lot. After I killed, I felt really bad. By the way, if you ever kill someone, you should talk to someone about it. If you just suppress the feelings, then the guilt could eat you alive. Do you remember why I was in the Yanbu hospital? Yasum Chunin attacked you because you wouldn't let him touch her, you know. I didn't tell you guys that I killed him. I killed him, Itachi-sensei, Naruto said while crying. You did? I was surprised you were able to live against a Chunin-level opponent. But you were able to kill him? How? Well, he was too distracted trying to touch my sacred area that I got the drop on him. I didn't want to let him touch me, you know? So I unsealed my Burrito and used it to chop off his left hand while stabbing him in the lung with my left hand. After that, I only had to stall and not die because I knew that he was bleeding like crazy and his battle was against time. I also got a good cut on him that almost cut him in half nearing the end of the fight. Burrito, eh? Is that the name of your weird-looking weapon? Yes. It's okay, Naruto, it's okay. It wasn't your fault. If you didn't kill him and you told me who he was, I would have killed him myself. That guy was trash. He was not worthy to live. You did the world a service by killing his pathetic existence. Itachi said while Naruto cried in his arms. You need to be strong, Naruto. This will not be your last time. My Jonin instructor told me that a shinobi must kill his heart in battle, but not let his heart fall into the darkness. It means that in battle you will kill, but don't learn to enjoy killing, because if you do, you will become evil. Thanks, Itachi-sensei, for comforting me. Do you mind if I come visit you sometimes in your house when I need to talk about some things? Yes, of course. Do you know where the Uchiha compound is? No, I just found out about the clan compounds yesterday. Do you know where the military police office is? Yes, I passed by there once. The Uchiha compound is right next to it. You won't miss it. The gate has the Uchiha clan crest on it. Now let's train. I have more fire jutsu for you to learn. After training, park. Naruto immediately ran to the park that he met up with Ino yesterday, right after training. Naruto wanted to get there early, so he can hide in the trees and scare Ino or Sakura, or maybe even Hinata. He climbed up the tree and checked his watch for the time. It was 5:15. He was 15 minutes early, and he would just have to wait for one of the people he knows to show up. After he waited 15 minutes, he realized that there were people waiting there, but nobody that he knew. He decided he would play a different prank since the one he was going to pull wouldn't work as well. He created a shadow clone and sent him to hang out with the people there. Are you guys friends with Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura? I don't know who Haruno Sakura is, but I'm friends with Yamanaka Ino, said a guy wearing a gray jacket with red triangles on his cheeks. I know only Ino. I don't know Sakura, said a sunglasses-wearing child who wore a jacket up to his nose. Same here, said a chubby kid eating chips. Honestly, I wish I didn't know Ino. She is way too troublesome, said the pineapple-headed boy who was laying on the ground. I guess she wasn't lying when she said she had more than one friend. Oh, well, it was fun making fun of her about it. I'm starting to like you already, said the feral-looking boy with the red triangles on his cheek. What are your guys' names? Asked Naruto. My name is Inuzuka Kiba, and my mom is the clan head of our clan. Your mom? I thought all clan heads were male. Well, the Inuzuka clan's head is whoever is the alpha of the pack. Currently, my mom is the alpha, but I'm going to be the alpha when I grow up. My name is Aburame Shino, and I am the heir of the Aburame clan. My name is Akimichi Chuji, and I am the heir of the Akimichi clan, and I love food, he said while eating chips. My name is Nara Shikamaru, and I am the heir of the Nara clan, and introductions are too troublesome. Nice to meet you guys. Geez, why does everyone I know that is my age a heir or something? Well, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I am the heir to nothing. But I will become the Hokage one day for sure. Hokage, yeah? Too troublesome. I hear the Hokage gets whatever food he wants for free. I admire your dream, Uzumaki-san. Hokage, yeah? Good luck, man. Hey guys, I'm gonna pull a prank on the girls as they get here, okay? What you gonna do? Asked Kiba excitedly. As Kiba asked, three girls walked from the direction that Naruto was hiding. Hey, you know who are those two? Said everyone there except Naruto. Guys, it's me, Naruto. I used a hinge. Oh, this will be good, said Kiba. Oh, nice prank, Uzumaki-san. But you know that lavender-eyed girl looks like a Hyuga. She might be able to see through your hinge with there be a Kugan, said Shino. After 10 minutes, the girls finally came. Naruto had his hinged shadow clones pretend to talk with some of the other guys. Hey guys, Ino yelled. Ino, but you are right here, said Naruto. Yasakura and Hinata are here too. What's going on? The three girls stood right in front of the hinged clones, staring their respective selves down. Kiba, can you smell the difference between us? Kiba thought Naruto would be screwed since there was no way he could copy a person's scent. He was surprised when they smelled exactly the same. You guys smell the same. Byakugan, the small girl in the expensive dress, yelled. She looked at the three copies and realized they all have the same chakra coils. The chakra coils were also very well developed. If she based their rank on the size of their chakra coils, then she would guess the person would be a high chunin. That is until she saw a similar chakra coil in the trees and on Naruto. How is that possible? Even if you use a clone jutsu, then they wouldn't have chakra coils. Let's try to touch them. Hinata reached out and touched the hinged clone's face and found that they were real. I don't understand how 5 of you have the same chakra coils. 5? Hinata, there is only 3 of them, said Ino. No, there are 5 with exactly the same chakra coils. Naruto, these 3, and some guy in the trees. Shit, she saw me in the trees. I'll hinge before going out. Naruto hinged into a brown-haired boy with black eyes wearing a green t-shirt and brown cargo shorts. Hey guys, my name is Ikamuzu Oturin, said Oturin, who was scratching the back of his head. Upon hearing the name, Shikamaru face-palmed and hoped nobody else understood the name. Luckily, nobody understood that the name was. They had never seen him before, so they wondered how he found out they were playing there. Who invited you here? It seems like none of us know you, said Ino. Well, I was walking around, and I saw a bunch of kids my age hanging out, so I thought I would hide for a bit before I got enough courage to introduce myself. They all introduced themselves to Oturin, except Shikamaru, who just face-bombed. Naruto is a stupid genius, thought Shikamaru. Why do you share the same chakra coils as Naruto and these 3 girls who look like us? Asked Hinata. I don't know, maybe we are similar strength? Oturin said since he had limited knowledge on chakra coils, at least on their appearance. No 2 individuals have the same chakra coils, Hinata said while she went into her Jukin stance. What's going on? Said everyone. These guys must be H-hinged as us. They might be like the ones who tried to kidnap me 4 years ago. Everyone according to their C chakra coils, this P person could be a CH Chunin level shinobi, said Hinata. A Chunin level shinobi, said everyone. Igriegajis. I think they did something with Naruto Kun and hinged into him. Where is Naruto Kun? Hinata yelled while charging at the 3 hinged clones and performing quick strikes that caused them to go poof. What just happened? Everyone said while Naruto grunted, feeling what the clones felt. A C Chunin level shinobi is using solid C clones to fight us. According to my Byakugan, there's only 2 left, Naruto and Oturin. Shikamaru face-bombed again, but he did it too hard and fell over. Ow, troublesome. Everyone help me capture imposter Naruto and Oturin. We need to find out if Naruto-kun is okay, said Hinata. Is it possible Hyuga-san has a crush on Naruto? Said Oturin. Hinata started blushing profusely. She tried to deny it, but was stuttering like a madman. Everyone started to laugh because of Hinata's reaction. So, I'm Naruto-kun now, said Naruto. Hinata turned as red as a tomato and passed out. Everyone went to go check her out because they were worried something might have happened. Why did you have to tease her like that? Ino said before punching Naruto in the face, causing the clone to poof. What the fuck? Kiba yelled. Ino, did you just kill Naruto? Chuji said confused. Uzumaki-san, what happened to him? Naruto is a genius, Shikamaru said while clapping. Everyone was really confused before they started looking at Oturin. They ganged up on him and cornered him. Oturin, tell us exactly what's going on. Did you kidnap Naruto and make clones hinged as him and us three. How did you even make a hinge of us three without knowing us? Ino said. Shikamaru face planted on the ground. I guess my prank is over. Aye. Naruto released his hinge, and everyone was shocked and confused. What? But what? Said Kiba. Uzumaki-san, that was quite sneaky of you, said Shino. I couldn't believe you guys didn't know Turin was Naruto, said Shikamaru. Naruto, do you have food on you? I ran out of chips. Naruto, you jerk, Ino said before chasing him around the park. Hinata woke up and sat next to Sakura. What happened? Where did Oturin go? Apparently Oturin was Naruto in a hinge. Naruto is truly amazing, Hinata said with sparkles in her eyes. I saw a guy yesterday. He was really cool. His name was Uchiha Sasuke. I tried to invite him to play with us, but he said he had no time for games. On Uchiha, what was he doing? Hinata asked, wondering if the boy knew how to do fire jutsu like Naruto. He did this really cool kunai throwing move. It was insane how accurate he was, said Sakura with sparkles in her eyes. After Ino finally calmed down, they had a vote on what games they wanted to play. There were 4 guys and 3 girls, so the guys used the advantage to play ninja. They made a quick rule that real ninja techniques were not allowed since they saw a little bit of what Naruto could do. Naruto really liked the guys he was hanging out with. Kiba was like a bro to him, Shikamaru was pretty lazy, but he was pretty chill. Chuji would have eating competitions with him once in a while, and Shino was a pretty nice dude. He also had a pretty good relationship with the girls since he saved 2/3 of them, and Sakura and him were kind of friends. After a long day, he decided to visit his sensei to just talk about some things. Uchiha Compound. Upon reaching the Uchiha Compound, he heard the clanging of steel. He thought a ninja fight broke out, and people were trying to kill each other, so he wanted to go watch. Sadly, there was no fight, and in the middle of the trees, some kid was throwing his kunai knives at many different targets at once. What caught Naruto's eye was that he had to bounce kunai off of each other to hit the hidden target, but he kept missing the hidden target and cursed at the failure. Hey, nice shuriken jutsu. You don't see many kids our age that are already training to be a ninja. Thanks. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, and my brother taught this to me a few weeks ago. I'm trying to get it good so he will be proud of me. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Oh, by the way, do you know where Itachi Uchiha's house is? He is my brother. Why do you need him? I just wanted to talk to him. He told me if I never needed to talk to someone, I could come here, but I forgot where he said his house was. I'm basically done training. Let's go. Sasuke and Naruto walked around the Uchiha compound until they got to the clan head's house. Hey, Mom. Dad, this is Uzumaki Naruto. Apparently, Itachi told him he could come by and talk if he needed to talk to someone. Hello, Uzumaki-san. Welcome to our home. Have you eaten? Asked Mikoto. Sorry, Uchiha-san. I already have. Well, Uzumaki-san, Itachi's room is upstairs in the second room. You won't miss it. He also put his name on the door, said Fugaku. Fugaku was not a fan of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki when they were informed of him 7 to 8 years ago. But after hearing that the seal is legit from Jiraiya, Konoha's resident seal master, or was Konoha's resident seal master before he left, he was surprised how polite the boy was considering how the boy was raised in the orphanage. He decided he would want to get on the boy's good side because he might be of use when they actually go through with the coup d'etat they had been planning for a while. Mikoto knew the boy's mother personally and was even her best friend. She wanted to take care of the boy, but the council comprised of Hamura Mikitato and Koto Yutan recommended that he go live in the orphanage because it would give the clans too much power if he were to be adopted by a clan. As much as Hiruzen wanted for Naruto to go be adopted by old friends of Minato or Kushina, he knew that Naruto would have to be raised in the orphanage because he is a Jinchuriki. Mikoto was glad that her best friend's son was okay and seemed pretty happy, but she wished she could do more for the boy. Upstairs, Itachi's room. What brings you to my house, Naruto? Said Itachi. I want to talk a bit and ask a few questions. Well, remember my friends from the orphanage? Yeah, what about them? Well, I met Ami again after 2 years, but she's a completely different person, and she was even bullying some girl. Didn't you tell me she would always get bullied? Yeah, she did, but when I left, she changed, I guess. I told her we weren't friends anymore, and she went apeshit crazy and started crying and stuff, and saying I was the most important person to her and stuff. Sounds like she wants the D. What? Um, I think she likes you, Naruto. Of course she likes me, she was like my best friend. Um, I'm pretty sure she likes you more than a friend. What is more than AO? What should I do? Well, do you like her? Not really, she's been a bitch and stuff. We aren't even friends right now. Would you forgive her if she asked for it? Of course, but only if she truly changed. Well, there you go. I have another problem. What is it? Well, when I asked this Hyuga Air girl if she had a crush on me, she fainted. Oh man. What? It sounds like you might have the fangirl syndrome. What's that? Well, when I graduated the academy early and became a chunin early, I noticed that a lot of girls were following me and asking me on dates. So you had a lot of friends then? Nope. They just wanted to get inside my pants. What would they want inside your O? Wait, is Hinata and Ami a fangirl? I'm not sure, but you will know if they are. Well, thanks, it's getting late, so I'm going to head home. See why in Naruto. Remember training area 13, 2 p.m. Before he left Itachi's house, he wondered why Itachi's dad was being so unusually nice to him considering how Itachi described his own father. He also got to know Sasuke a little and invited him to play with the other kids, but Sasuke declined, saying that he couldn't because he was starting to receive training from his father. Naruto went home and prepared a quick meal since he hadn't eaten. Naruto prepared multiple sticks of yakitori, which he learned how to make from Itachi. He brushed his teeth and went to bed. That night, thanks to talking to Itachi about his problems, he slept comfortably. Day before first day of academy. Otudo, this is the last time I will be training you. You're going to the academy tomorrow, and I will be going on an SS rank mission. After that, I will be on missions for a while. Itachi-sensei, thank you for everything. By the way, congratulations on your promotion to AMBU captain. I hope we could still hang out, and you could teach me a few things once in a while. Of course, Otudo, I hear my brother will be in your class. Try to be nice to him. He might sound kind of stuck up, but that is because of how our father tried to raise us. I will Itachi-sensei than you for everything again. While they were saying their goodbyes, a Yenbu, wearing a dog mask with gravity, defying silver hair, shined in. Joe, good luck being the AMBU captain. Starting tomorrow, I will only become a regular Jonin and maybe take on a Genin team if they pass my test, said Inu-san while removing his mask. In Kakashi-san, since Weasel-sensei can't teach me anymore, can you teach me some techniques? Weasel-sensei taught me a lot of fire jutsu, but you may be able to teach me some earth or wind jutsu. Good. Where do you and Weasel normally train? We normally train in the old ANBU training field in training area 13 at 2 p.m., but since academy ends at 3 o'clock, I'll meet you there at 3:30. Okay, I'll meet you there 3:30 tomorrow. Naruto, before you leave me, Kakashi-senpai, Nico-san, and Tenzo-san would like to take you clothes shopping. Nico insisted she come because she would make you look like the coolest academy student ever. As he finished that sentence, Nico and Tenzo shined in. Hope we're not late, said Nico. The four adults took Naruto to the ANBU clothing shop because Naruto explained that the other civilian clothing stores wouldn't let him buy from their stores or charge him hella. In the shop, Nico went crazy and ran around the shop grabbing everything and shoving Naruto in the dressing room to have him try different combinations. Naruto tried on many different clothes until he found two sets that he really liked. The first set of clothes had a black armor vest with a black long sleeve shirt underneath with armored bracers on his left hand, plate skirt with 3 plates, one on each side of the leg and one protecting the private parts, with baggy pants that are bandaged near the bottom under the plate skirt, and armored boots that almost go up to the knee. The second set of clothes is a lot lighter than the first set, but offers way less protection and swag. The second set of clothes consists of a plain black long sleeve shirt with a V-neck covering a metal mesh shirt, baggy pants bandaged on the thigh and below the knees, and a black pair of ninja sandals. They also purchased a very large black scarf if Naruto ever decides to switch it up between bandages and the scarf. Kakashi also offered Naruto one of his traditional masks, but in black, and he accepted. Naruto was so excited to go to the academy the next day and show his friends his new clothes. The next day, first day at the academy. The next morning, Naruto quickly put on his first set of clothes and put on Kakashi's mask and the scarf he bought since he didn't have the time to put on bandages. He quickly prepared his breakfast, ate it, and took off for the academy. While running to school, he ran into his friends Kiba and Shino. Kiba and Naruto got really close over the 3 months. It wasn't surprising considering how similar their personalities are. Shino was kind of hard to get close to since he is Shino. "Hey Naruto, nice clothes, man. You already look like a real ninja," said Kiba. "I agree, Naruto-san, your clothes are very similar to what ninjas wear," said Shino. "You know, I hate those honorifics. Oh, well, you always forget, so I guess I'll learn to deal with it." Halfway to the academy and Naruto, Kiba, and Shino end up running into Chuji and Shikamaru. "Naruto, nice clothes, I will buy some new ones, but it's too troublesome to go shopping. I would go shopping for clothes, but I spend it all on chips." "Where do you get all your chips from? It seems like it never runs out," asked Naruto. "Why you just read my mind? I was gonna ask the same question," said Kiba. Chuji opened his backpack, revealing the secret to his never-ending chips. Apparently, he doesn't bring anything in his backpack except bags of chips and his lunch. Upon seeing this, the group erupted with laughter. After a short, while the group of friends finally arrived at the academy. For some weird reason, there were people swarming an announcement post. As they got closer to the post, they realized that the post told each student which room and teacher they had. Naruto Uzumaki Room 101 Instructor, Irika Yumino. Naruto read. "Who did you guys get?" asked Naruto. "Some dude named Irika," said everyone. "Sweet, we are in the same class," said Kiba. Naruto and his friends got to the classroom 20 minutes early and were one of the few people in class at the time. Naruto decided to sit next to Kiba, who was sitting with Shino in the back of the room. Right in front of them was Shikamaru and Chuji. 5 minutes later, everyone in the classroom 101 felt the ground shake. A few of the kids even got under the desk since they thought there was an earthquake. When the door opened, it explained everything. A annoyed-looking Sasuke Uchiha walked in the door, while a million girls were in the halls and were fighting to get in the class to sit next to their Sasuke-kun. "Sasuke, I see on the first day you are already hogging all the bitches," said Naruto. "Fuck you, Naruto," Sasuke said sarcastically. Naruto and Sasuke have become slight friends over the last 3 months. Sasuke's dad tried really hard to get the boys closer. Sasuke had once been forced by his father to Naruto's invitation to go play with the other kids. When he showed up there, Ino and Sakura saw him and turned into his fangirls instantly. After that, he avoided going to play with the other kids and preferred to just hang out with Naruto. To Naruto, Sasuke was kind of a friend, but he was slightly distant, but to Sasuke, Naruto was his best friend since he was his only friend. Sasuke had been a loner before he met Naruto, but since he didn't know what friends did, he was slightly distant. "What would your dad say if he heard you talking like that?" Sasuke paled before he answered back. "He would say I've been hanging out with you too much," Sasuke said with a smirk. Sasuke was only able to say so much before he got swarmed by the fangirls who managed to get into the classroom. There was not a single seat near Sasuke that wasn't occupied by the fangirls. Didn't Itachi tell me to watch out for those kind of girls? Naruto thought. "Hey, bitches, why don't you give him space to breath before he dies?" "Hey, we are not bitches," they all said. Sasuke was able to get a little space between him and the girls while they turned to yell at Naruto. To say his thanks, he mouthed a thank you that Naruto saw. After a few more minutes, all the students in the classroom arrived. Ino, Sakura, and Hinata came later than the other students, so their preferred seat choices were already taken. The three ended up sitting in front of Shikamaru and Chuji. They noticed Naruto's new clothing, so they left their stuff at their seats and went to talk. "Hey Naruto, nice clothes. I didn't know you had any sense of fashion. You actually look good and tasty," Ino said flirtatiously and licked her lips. Yeah, Naruto, you look pretty cool. But Sasuke is cooler because he doesn't need clothes to look good. And in Naruto, I think you L look very HH handsome with those new clothes. Hinata said while turning red as a tomato. Thanks. You look quite tasty too, Ino. And you look pretty like always, Hinata. While I did get help shopping, Nico-chan was obsessed with making me look good. Hinata blushed even more when Naruto said she was pretty. She got slightly irked when Naruto said Ino was tasty and when she heard the name Nico-chan. Luckily, Ino asked the question she wanted to ask. Who is this Nico-chan? Does Naruto-kun have a girlfriend? Asked Ino playfully. Why Naruto-kun who is in Nico-chan? Asked Hinata with a hint of anger. No way Nico-chan is a girl I know in EMBU. She's like 20. Naruto said. Whoa, Naruto, I didn't know you liked older women. Kiba said. Upon hearing this, everyone who was friends with Naruto except Hinata laughed. Hinata did not like hearing that Naruto possibly liked older women. Seconds later, everyone in the class heard the sound of a book slamming on a desk and turned around to look at what happened. The person who slammed the book was a man in his 20s with brown hair tied in a ponytail who was wearing the Konoha flak jacket and had a scar on the middle of his nose. Hello, students. I am your homeroom teacher, Irika Yumino. Oh, the Naruto kid is in my class. Well, I don't really hate him, but I don't particularly like him either. I'll find out how I feel about him after I get to know him. Irika then went on to talk about himself and what he likes and dislikes, but most of the students weren't even listening. After he took the students outside and asked if any of the students could perform the Bunshin no Jutsu, a lot of the kids who wanted to show off pulled attention to themselves and did it. Naruto didn't want to do it then because he couldn't do the Bunshin no Jutsu because of his large chakra. He could do shadow clones, no problem, but normal clones were a struggle for him. Hey Naruto, didn't you do the Bunshin no Jutsu like 3 months ago to pull a prank on us? Asked Ino. Naruto, you know how to do the Bunshin no Jutsu? Asked Irika. Thanks a lot, Ino. Well, I kinda can and can't at the same time. What does that mean? I can make a clone, but not the way you guys do it. If it's a clone, then it would be good enough. Do it. Naruto looked like he was just standing there doing nothing, then suddenly smoke erupted, and there was a shadow clone standing there. Good job, Naruto, a Bunshin, without hand seals. Irika then walked up to the clone and punched it to dispel it, but wondered why the clone felt solid when he punched it. Did it just feel solid? There is no way. I must have been hallucinating. After asking if any more people could perform the Bunshin no Jutsu, and nobody volunteered, they had lunch, then he took the students to the obstacle course. Each student ran the obstacle course individually in another room, so the cheers of other students wouldn't distract them. After everyone did the course, Irika said the top 3 times. Uzumaki Naruto, 10 minutes, 15 seconds. Kiba Inuzuka, 11 minutes, 3 seconds. Sasuke Uchiha, 11 minutes, 35 seconds. That is all for today. CYA tomorrow. Irika dismissed them since it was almost 3 o'clock. Naruto want to go hang out or something? Kiba asked. Sorry, I have to go to a training session like every day after school. Damn, I should get training too. Alright, say tomorrow, bro. Later, dude. Kiba ran off to hang out with Shino, Chuji, and Shikamaru before he would go home and ask his mom to help him train. Naruto turned around and was going to head towards the ex-ANBU training grounds. That was until he saw Ami standing behind him. Naruto, hey Ami, he said while walking past her. Naruto, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. It was my fault that I became like that, and I blamed you. I already apologized to Ino, and I've been trying to become her friend. Ami started crying while talking. It's okay, Ami, don't cry. Naruto, will you please forgive me? I don't know what happened to me to make me like that. Please, Naruto. Naruto put his left hand on her cheek and put his hand under her chin and brought her eyes to his and looked straight into her eyes. After looking into his eyes, Ami's knees buckled and she was kneeling on the ground for a second. Naruto helped her get up and looked her in the eyes again. I forgive you, Ami. I looked into your eyes to see if you were telling the truth. Thank you so much, Naruto. You have no idea how much I've missed you. When you disappeared from the orphanage, I thought you were ignoring me for the first 2 days. When Kenji told me you were nowhere to be found anywhere, I started to cry. I thought something bad happened to you, or you got adopted and forgot about me. Kenji is my friend too, but he is nothing compared to you. You were my best friend and protector, Naruto. You were the most important thing there in the orphanage for me. Nothing else mattered as long as I was with you. After I saw you that day you saved Ino, I stopped hanging out with those girls. For the whole 3 months, I waited where you yelled at me every day, hoping you would pass by, and I could talk to you. She wiped away her tears. While she wasn't talking, Naruto pulled her in and hugged her tight. Then when it was the first day of the academy, I was so nervous about how you would react when you saw me. I'm glad it ended up like this. I don't care if I had to wait 3 months. Thank you, Naruto, for taking me in again. Since we haven't seen each other as friends in years, why don't I take you out to eat dinner later? Is that a date? Now that is the Ami I know. Where do you want to meet? How about in front of the academy? Okay, see you there at 7. Well, I gotta go, or I'll be late for my training. See why in Naruto. Naruto sped off in the direction of training area 13. What have you done to me, Naruto? A simple look in my eyes, or a simple smile, and lose control. I don't mind as long as you will be with me. I can't imagine what it would be like without you. Secret area in training area 13 aka X ANBU training grounds. I actually plan on coming 30 minutes to an hour late, but a little birdie told me you had a date after this. What? Who told you? I said a little birdie did. I thought of all people you would go with the Yamanaka princess or maybe the Hyuga princess. Yes, I know how little Miss Hyuga looks at you. Whatever. What are you going to train me in? Catch. Kakashi threw a scroll at Naruto. Naruto caught it and opened it, and inside were a lot of earth jutsu. I'm giving you this so you can train by yourself since the Hokage will try to slap a Genin team on me. So if you notice I'm not here that day, you should train by yourself. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Itachi-sensei gave me a scroll with a bunch of fire jutsu too. I can help you with both fire and earth jutsu, since I have copied many of both jutsu, but I can't help you with your wind. I recommend learning how to do earth jutsu first, so if I'm not here you can still train earth jutsu. Okay, so how do I do earth jutsu? Fire was pretty easy for me. Okay, for fire jutsu you remember how you put chakra into your lungs and blew it out? Yes. Well, for earth jutsu there are 2 ways. The first way is to channel chakra into your hand while you do the hand signs and slam your hands on the ground. The second way is to channel your chakra into one of your feet while you do the hand signs and slam the foot on the ground after. The hands is more effective for beginners, but using your legs is faster and safer. Some earth jutsu are weird and don't need hand seals. Look at Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. It requires no hand seals, only that you coat your body in chakra and try to turn the outer edge into earth chakra. If you do it, right, it should look like this. Kakashi looked like he melted into the ground. After a few seconds, he grabbed Naruto's legs and pulled him down, so only his head is sticking out. Pretty cool, eh? Yeah, but can you let me up now? Try to get out using the jutsu. Naruto was having a hard time. Earth jutsu were fairly difficult for him to learn since he wasn't sure how to turn his chakra into earth chakra. Then it hit him. When he was doing fire jutsu, he would think about fire before expelling his jutsu. He assumed that if he thought about earth while his body was coated with chakra, then the same thing should happen. It worked, and Naruto grabbed Kakashi's ankle and pulled him under. Wow, Naruto, you got it already? It's only been 1 hour. I heard this technique usually takes 2 to 3 hours, even for those with earth affinities. Good job. As he said, good job, the Kakashi underground exploded into smoke. Well, keep practicing that jutsu, but instead of just going up to someone and pulling their ankle, try to use this jutsu to move around the earth and appear at another location. Okowo. Naruto tried to move around under the earth. He could move horizontally without too much difficulty, but he didn't know how to move upwards. Kakashi-sensei, I understand how to move horizontally, but how do I move vertically? I'm sure you can figure it out yourself. It's better if you do anyways. Naruto spent 2 hours underground, not knowing how to move upwards unless he could grab something. He tried everything from making the chakra, cloaking his body normal chakra. After another 30 minutes, he learned how to get out without grabbing something, but it wasn't what Kakashi wanted. To do this, he stuck his hand out of the ground and changed the chakra type on his hand and used his hand to pull the rest of his body out. Oh snap, you're going to be late for your date. What? You'll be late if you go home to take a shower. But I'm all dirty. No problem, I know a few water jutsu. Suetun, Mizurappa. A wave of water hit Naruto and cleaned him up, but he was drenched. I'm drenched now. Now what? Since you can't use wind jutsu, why don't you coat your body with fire chakra to evaporate the water? Good idea, sensei. Naruto channeled fire chakra into his body and looked like he was going to turn into a Super Saiyan. It worked and dried his clothes. Gotta go, sensei. See what? Naruto said as he ran towards the academy. Front of academy. I wonder where he is? I hope he doesn't stand me up. What time is it? Oh, it's not even 7 yet. God, why am I so nervous? This isn't even a real date. Omi-ton. Naruto yelled as he was running. Naruto-kun, where are we going? Well, I invited you to dinner, so where do you want to go? I don't really eat out ever. Oh, do you like ramen? I've never tasted it. Okay, let's go to Ichiraku's. Follow me. As they walked to Ichiraku's, they mainly talked about her life in the orphanage after she left. Apparently, the treatment she received before she met Naruto was nothing compared to her treatment after he disappeared. Before she met Naruto, they hated her because she was new and easy to pick on. After he left, they picked on her because they were jealous of her relationship with Naruto and because Naruto wasn't there anymore to stop them. Naruto's fist clenched when he heard about what the girls did to her. After a short, while they finally ended up at Ichiraku's ramen. Hey, old man, I am. Hey, cutie. What's your name? Because I definitely would like to see more of you. I am said, while licking her lips. I am. It's me. Naruto. Naruto said, while taking his scarf off. Oh, Gami. I'm so sorry, Naruto. If you never come back, I'll understand, said the extremely embarrassed I am. Ami was snickering the whole time this was happening. What if I come back because of this? Said Naruto in a playful voice. What would you like to order? Ayam decided it would be best if she ignored his last sentence. I would like to have 5 miso ramens. I would like 1 miso ramen. I'm so sorry about that again, Naruto. Oh my, what happened to me? It must have been his clothes. How can I even think of Naruto that way? He's like a little brother to me. Well, that was embarrassing. Tucci said to Ayam. Shut up, Dad. Ayam yelled. Naruto, who was outside, heard their conversation and laughed. Surprisingly, Naruto was able to wolf down his 5 bowls of ramen before Ami was able to finish her bowl. Hey, Ami, how do you like the ramen? It's the best thing I've tasted so far. After Ami finished her food, Naruto offered to escort her to wherever she is going. Ami, where do you live now? I still live in the orphanage. Do they check if you come back or not? No. Honestly, one time I stayed at an old friend's house, and they never even knew. I remember when I lived in the orphanage, you basically live with like 20 people in one room, and you have a shitty bed. Is it still the same as it was when I left? Yeah, it's the same. I think they kick you out of the orphanage if you're over 12 years old. I haven't seen a person there that is over 12 years old and was allowed to stay there. Well, if everything goes well, we will be Jinin at 12, and I know for a fact that Jinin are allowed to have an apartment, especially the orphans. Also, your rent is deducted from your pay, and if you haven't had missions, they will let you stay in your apartment till you make money. That's pretty nice. Who came up with that idea? The Yondaime. He's a pretty cool guy, I guess. You kind of look like him. You're the second person to say that. Naruto escorted Ami back to the orphanage and went back to his house and went to sleep. 3 months later, Sunday. Naruto woke up at 10 a.m. He loved sleeping in during the weekends. It has been 3 months since the beginning of the academy. He was so excited for the first few weeks, thinking he would actually learn stuff. The only fun Naruto would ever have in that class was when he was pranking someone or when they do taijutsu sparring. The history lessons were really boring since he had already read all those stuff while doing research on the Yondaime and the Kyuubi. Irika Sensei was an okay guy who had a weird face. Every time he looked at Naruto, it actually made him laugh on several occasions, but he wondered why he made that face. Naruto was not striving to become the Rookie of the Year or anything. He just wanted to get through this stupid shit academy. Little did Naruto know that if he showed off his abilities, he would have been able to graduate early, but since he had many secrets to hide, he didn't show off. Naruto got in the shower and took a long soak in his bathtub. Naruto dried off and went downstairs to the kitchen to eat breakfast. He cooked a standard breakfast, sunny-side-up eggs, bacon, and toast. Halfway through eating, someone was knocking on the door. He looked through the peephole and saw Itachi was standing there without his mask. Naruto opened the door and greeted his sensei. "Oh hey, Itachi-sensei. Would you like to come in?" Itachi nodded. "Sorry, I wasn't expecting company, so I didn't get a clean up. So, what's up?" "Naruto, I came here to give you these. And I will be going on a SS rank mission tomorrow. I just wanted to ask you some stuff." Itachi handed over 3 sealing scrolls. Naruto unsealed one of the sealing scrolls, whatever was sealed inside, and approximately 50 scrolls fell out. The scroll you unsealed contained every single fire jutsu in the Uchiha have copied that was recorded. The other sealing scrolls contain jutsu for wind and earth, but I recommend finding a person who uses wind jutsu to help you with it. I don't know what to say. Are you sure the Uchiha are okay with you giving me this? And you can ask me anything. I copied the scrolls and left the copies in the Uchiha library. Naruto, do you trust me? Yes, with my life. You are like an older brother to me. Can I ask that whatever happens tomorrow, that you'll never forget me and believe that whatever I will do has a reason? Also, can I ask you to watch over Sasuke and make sure he doesn't do anything stupid? I will never forget you, sensei. Also, everything you have ever done was with reason. I'll watch over Sasuke, but will you promise to come back? Naruto, I don't know if I could do that. SS rank missions are insanely dangerous and are considered suicide missions. Why did you accept such a dangerous mission? For the good of the leaf. Naruto, has the Sandaime told you about the will of fire yet? No. What is this will of fire? It is the belief that every Konoha shinobi will fight to protect the village and its inhabitants no matter what. It is the uncontrollable urge to fight to protect your home. Wow, is it real? Well, not all Konoha shinobi have the will of fire, but those that do usually end up as legends, such as the Shodaime, Nidaime, Sandaime, Yondaime, and all the countless heroes on the memorial stone and Tsukumo Hatake. Who is Tsukumo Hatake? According to the villagers and the memorial stone, he is not a hero. But to every shinobi that has seen him in action and has met him in real life, he is a legend. The reason the villagers don't see him as a hero was because he was on a SS rank mission and was unable to complete it in order to save the lives of his fellow ninja. I personally have never met him, but I greatly respect him for his actions. Sadly, he took his own life after being disgraced. Wait, isn't Kakashi-sensei's last name Hatake? Yes, it is. He is the White Fang's son, and he committed suicide in front of Kakashi himself. Naruto felt sad that his sensei had to lose his father in that fashion. No child should ever see their parents commit suicide in front of them. Well, Naruto, I have to go prepare myself, since this is a very dangerous mission. Remember, Otudo, what you promised. Itachi left Naruto's home feeling sad that the mission he was about to do the next day would force him to leave the village. He loved his family and his clan, but the safety of the village greatly outweighed that. He was sad he wouldn't be able to see both of his little brothers grow. It was kind of weird, but he felt closer to Naruto than his own little brother. He saw some of himself in that boy, and the mission he received from the Hokage helped him form such a tight bond with the kid. Itachi went to go to his house and sit in his room to meditate. He needed to kill off all emotion before he performed his SS rank mission. He needed to become a cold-blooded killer. He needed to be ruthless and merciless. Naruto finished eating his breakfast and went to the park since all his friends are going to be there. When he got there, they just hung out and walked around and played a few games. After the day was over, they all said their goodbyes and went to their respective homes. They had no idea of the shitstorm that was on its way to Konoha. After school, next day, Sasuke had a big grin on his face as he walked near the river. This has been the best day of his life so far. First, the majority of his fangirls caught some sort of illness and was not there at school. Second, he got paired with Kiba Inuzuka for taijutsu practice and was able to beat him, which made him one of the top taijutsu users in the class. Sasuke also had just mastered his katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, the day before, and his dad praised him. And he made one of the best decisions in his life when he agreed to hang out with Kiba, Naruto, Shino, Chuji, and Shikamaru. He was hesitant to hang out with them because last time he did, he was stuck with two more fangirls in the form of Ino and Sakura. But hanging out with them was a blast. He loved hanging out with Naruto, but hanging out with all the guys made him feel like he finally had friends. He genuinely had fun with the guys and was hoping they could hang out with him again. He passed the gate of the Uchiha clan and was wondering why it was so quiet and it smelled like shit. He opened the gate and saw something that would traumatize him forever. Dead bodies everywhere, littering the streets. The smell of blood was thick in the air. He could see people that he always smiled at and waved to lying on the ground lifeless with one or two cuts that ended their existence. What happened here? This was the Uchiha clan, one of the most powerful clans in Konoha and in the elemental nations. Everything was dead, even pets. Sasuke ran to his parents' home, hoping his dad was able to stop the people who did this. What he saw was a sight that a child should never see. His father and mother was on their knees, pleading something to the man holding a ninjato. "Please kill us, but let Sasuke live," both of the parents pleaded. "That's what I plan to do. Don't worry, he will be taken care of," said Itachi. "Thank you. You can kill us now," Fugaka said. Itachi ended their lives in two swift cuts, one for each of their throats. He teared up. He did not want to kill his mother. She was one of the nicest people ever, but if he left her alive, Konoha might try to make her a breeding machine. Itachi loved his mother dearly, but all he could offer her was a swift, painless death with assurance that her other son would be safe and nothing would ever happen to him. Itachi loved his father too, but not as much as his mother. His father had been very strict with him as a kid, since he was the genius/prodigy of the Uchiha clan. His father took away his childhood and trained him at a very young age. He didn't hate his father for this, but he wished he could have been a kid for longer. He too gave his father a swift and painless death. He was walking to the door and sensed something. No, why is he here? Fuck, now I have to do something that will probably mess him up in the head. "Sasuke, I know you are there." "Why, Nisan? Why did you kill everyone?" "I can't tell him the real reason, or he might go crazy and get himself killed. I'll take the blame for this since I caused the pain he is feeling. To test my strength, I want to test the power of my new Sharingan." Itachi activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, and his eyes swirled into a three-sided shuriken. "Tsukuyami." Itachi jumped away from the Uchiha compound, bawling his eyes out. It was all over. The Uchiha clan was reduced to 3 people. Itachi knew that the Uchiha clan was too proud and knew it would eventually lead to its downfall. He never knew that he himself would exterminate every single Uchiha clan member except for his brother and the so-called Uchiha Madara. "I'm sorry, Kusan, Tusan Otudo, and the rest of the Uchiha clan. It had to be done for the village. If you guys only listened to me and stopped planning for the coup." Itachi would disappear from the planet for the next 5 years. Next morning, Naruto woke up to an alarm. Another day of that piece of shit academy. At least my friends are there. Naruto jumped into the shower and quickly showered. After getting out, he bandaged up his face since he had extra time and put the rest of his clothes on, including his scarf. Naruto went over to the direction of Kiba's house in case he would run into him, then they could walk together. Naruto ran into Kiba while Kiba exited the Inuzuka compound. Naruto liked messing with Kiba sometimes, so whenever he was with Kiba and his sister was there, he would compliment her for her good looks and slightly hit on her. Naruto saw Hana, seeing her brother out when he grinned inside. "Hey Hana, you look really pretty today. Is that a new haircut I see?" "Fuck off, Naruto," said Kiba. "Thanks, Naruto, you're the only male who noticed my new haircut. Is it so wrong to compliment a beautiful lady, Kiba?" Hana blushed. Hana actually liked being complimented by Naruto, since most males were too scared of her mother to say anything. Naruto, shut it. Kiba said, "Goodbye, my fair maiden. Hope to see you again sometime, so I can admire the beauty that only you possess," Naruto said with a wink. That wink was all it took for Kiba to try to punch Naruto. Naruto ran away towards the academy, with Kiba chasing him. The still smiling Hana walked back into the compound. Her mother saw her smiling and decided to tease her. "Mama, does the mighty Hana Inuzuka have a thing for Naruto?" "Shut up, Mom. He's like 6 years younger than me." "You know, I wouldn't mind a man 6 years younger than me." Some purred. "MOM. That's gross. Hana, we Inuzuka live by our instincts. Just wait till you get older." "I can't talk about this right now. CYA, Mom, I'm going to meet my team." With Naruto and Kiba. Kiba finally calmed down and they started talking. "Oh shit, we left Shino," said Kiba. "Oh fuck, he's probably standing there waiting for us." "We have to go back," said Naruto. "You know, this wouldn't happen if you didn't hit on my sister." "Dude, I'm 8 years old, your sister is 14. She wouldn't want anything to do with me." "That's true, but I see her blushing and smiling when you compliment her. She might be starting to want you." "Well, I certainly wouldn't mind. She's cute, got a pretty good body, Dash." Naruto got cut off by Kiba's fist. Naruto narrowly dodged and took off for the Aburame compound. "Get back here, Uzumaki." Aburame compound. "Son, why are you still here? You will be late for school." "It seems they have forgotten about me." "Don't worry about it, son. I get forgotten a lot too, especially when I hang out with the Inoshikacho group. It is the curse of the Aburame clan." "Father, why is it that we get forgotten so much?" "It must be because we are not very talkative and we don't attract too much attention." "I see your logic is sound, father." While the father and son were complaining about people forgetting about them, they saw Naruto running in their direction with a furious Kiba running after him. "Take that back about my sister," Kiba yelled. "Are you telling me your sister is not cute and has an ugly body?" "No, but you shouldn't talk about someone's sister like that," Kiba said after calming down. "Hey Shino," Naruto yelled while waving. "Goodbye, father," Shino said before walking up to Naruto and Kiba. "Did Naruto compliment your sister again?" "Yeah, it's so annoying, man." "Why? Your sister is a beautiful girl, and she seems to like being complimented." "Dude, because it sounds like you want to bone my sister." "Well, now that you bring it up, Dash." Kiba tried to hit him again. "Your sister is hot. October 10th would bang," Naruto said while running. Shino sighed. "This has been happening every day for the past 2 months. You would think Kiba would understand that Naruto is just fucking with him, so he does it every day, but Kiba falls for it every day." He quickly ran to catch up to the other two. Shikamaru and Chuji were walking to school when he saw Naruto speed by with Kiba following him, yelling curses at him. Then they realized Shino was walking next to them. "So, let me guess." Naruto complimented Kiba's sister again and said she was hot. Then Kiba said it was weird because it sounds like Naruto would like to have sex with her. Then Naruto said he would totally have sex with his sister, asked Shikamaru. "Yes," said Shino. "So troublesome. I'm surprised Kiba hasn't got that. If he wouldn't react to it, then Naruto wouldn't do it anymore." "Yes." The boys finally reached the academy and walked into their classroom. Ami called Naruto to sit next to her in the back left of the classroom. Kiba and Shino sat together in the middle, and Shikamaru and Chuji sat in front of Kiba and Shino. Naruto looked around and waved at Ino and Sakura and Hinata. While he was looking around, he noticed that Sasuke wasn't there in class. It was weird because Sasuke is there every day and actually likes class. After class. Today's class was really boring for Naruto since it was a lecture-only class. On Mondays, Irika tends to lecture the whole time. Tuesdays, they practice accuracy with shuriken and kunai. Wednesday, they practice taijutsu and spar. Thursday is another lecture day. And on Friday, they learn academy jutsu or get better at doing ones they are struggling with. Naruto was bored every day except Wednesday. Naruto loved to spar. It was then where he could test out some new moves he created. Naruto was really worried about Sasuke since he wasn't one to miss class. Maybe he had to go somewhere today. Naruto then headed to the training arc 13. Naruto's training session was different from usual. Instead of practicing techniques, Naruto focused on chakra control. Kakashi first recommended that he practice tree walking, but since Itachi had already taught him that Kakashi taught him how to water walk, Naruto didn't start to understand how to do it until the end of their training session. After the training session, Naruto went to his house to relax and maybe practice some katas on his Serenobirito. After a pretty easy day, he sat in his bed till he fell asleep. Next day, Naruto didn't understand what was going on. If Sasuke ditched classes often, he would probably think the kid is ditching, but since he knew Sasuke liked going to class and try-harding, he didn't understand where he went. He was hoping Itachi was fine since he did go on a SS rank mission. He just hoped Sasuke would be at school, so he can ask what's up. After leaving his house, he did the standard troll Kiba by using his sister, then go pick up Shino, then go to the academy. In class, Naruto was glad he saw Sasuke sitting in his seat. They had gotten there earlier, so there were no fangirls yet. Naruto went to approach Sasuke, who seemed to be in really deep thought. "Hey Sasuke, thinking about your bitches." Sasuke didn't respond and kept looking straight. "Why Sasuke? What's up, man?" "HN. What the fuck, man? What happened to you? You were all chill last 2 days ago, then you disappear for 2 days, and you act like one of your fangirls stuck up 2 dildos in your ass." "Fuck Naruto, leave me alone." "Fuck you. I thought we were friends." Naruto was pissed. He just wanted to know if anything happened that made Sasuke miss a day of school. And Sasuke started acting like a little bitch didn't help. After class, Naruto hung out with the guys since Kakashi sent a dog summon to tell Naruto he had a mission. Naruto was talking to the other guys and saying how Sasuke was being a little bitch. Apparently Kiba heard that the whole Uchiha clan got wiped out by one guy. Shuji said he heard that it was Sasuke's older brother Itachi. When Naruto heard that name, his face went pale. Itachi killed off his whole clan? Even his parents? I didn't think he even had the ability to do that. There must have been a reason. He came to me and told me all those things. It must have been his mission. You could borrow one of the bodies and study it so we can get the Sharingan. Naruto said he wouldn't kill any fellow Konoha shinobi, but he never said anything about examining bodies of already deceased shinobi. Did they clean up the bodies yet? Naruto asked. I don't know. I have to go to the restroom. My stomach hurts. Naruto ran towards the Uchiha compound to see if he could snag a dead body. When he was close to the Uchiha compound, he quickly hinged into Sasuke and went over the caution tape. Naruto was disappointed to see that they already cleaned it up. Naruto made a Kage Bunshin and sent it back to his friends while he went over to the corners. Corners. He sneaked in through the back window and looked around for any Uchiha body. Sadly, he was unable to find any bodies, but he might be able to find out which morgue the bodies went to. As soon as he saw the corner go outside for a bit, he quickly looked through the corner's files and took the binder that was labeled "you." Naruto went back to hiding with the binder, looking for the last name Uchiha and occupation shinobi. It took him 5 minutes before he was able to find Fugaku Uchiha Occupation, Shinobi Police Morgue, Konoha Central Morgue. Naruto looked around to see if the corner was still there, but he was outside still, so he returned the binder and went out the back window again. He then headed towards the direction of Konoha's Central Morgue. Konoha's Central Morgue. By the time he reached the Konoha Central Morgue, it was already closed. This was more desirable since there would be nobody inside. Naruto jumped in one of the open windows and began his search. To make it faster, he walked over to the front desk to look at the files. After 30 minutes, he was able to find the file with the Uchiha. Fugaku Uchiha, B423. Yashiro Uchiha, B420. Tekka Uchiha, B394. Naruto quickly walked over to B423 and borrowed the 3 Uchiha bodies. Naruto quickly left and ran back to his house. Naruto's house. Since we already know about his kekkei genkai from previous studies, I believe it is safe to assume the thing that makes their eye into the Sharingan is inside the eyeball or the optic nerves. Carefully extract both the eyeball and optic nerves so we can study it. Naruto complied to the voice in his head and did every step that it told him to do. After a long 8 hours and 5 eyeballs destroyed, he understood what mutation the Uchiha clan had to be able to awaken the Sharingan. His kekkei genkai applied the same mutation to his eyeballs, and as he tested it by pouring chakra into his eyes, they turned into the Sharingan, with one tomo and a sinister grin adorned his face. Naruto was insanely hungry and exhausted after the extraction. He quickly put the destroyed eyeballs back into each body and closed the eyelids. He pulled out leftover food from the other day and tried to eat without thinking about what he just did. He was only able to eat so much before the images kept flowing through his mind. Naruto went to bed and had nightmares of Uchiha yelling at him for desecrating their graves. Next week at school. Over the next week, Naruto and Sasuke's relationship got even worse than it was. After finding out that Sasuke's family got slaughtered by Itachi himself, Naruto tried to apologize to Sasuke and make up with him, but Sasuke pushed him away. Sasuke was distancing himself from everyone, and every time people approached him, he would react violently. So Naruto gave up on him. He promised Itachi he would look out for Sasuke, but that didn't mean he had to like him. He decided he would keep an eye out for something that would harm Sasuke, but he wouldn't be all buddy-buddy with him. Hey students, today is sparring day, Irika said. The kids that were good at taijutsu cheered while those who weren't were preparing themselves for a beating. We're going to change up the sparring partners today since the rankings have changed for taijutsu. Irika was telling the other people who they were sparring. Irika walked over to Naruto and told him he would be sparring Sasuke in the third match. The first 3 matches were boring matches considering both students have not even mastered the academy style. Uzumaki Naruto versus Uchiha Sasuke. Upon saying this, the cheering began. Those who were Sasuke fangirls were cheering loudly. Go Sasuke-kun, kick his ass. Hajime, yelled Irika. Ready for a beat down, Uzumaki. Yeah, I'm ready to kick your ass. Sasuke got angered by that last statement and rushed forwards, throwing out a right straight. Naruto weaved to his right and laid 2 quick jabs on Sasuke's face. If I actually wanted to hit you, you would be out. Pathetic. Sasuke got reminded that his brother called him that before he left, and it made him really angry. Sasuke charged forward again, then jumping and trying to kick Naruto. Naruto sidestepped the kick and landed a hard fist in Sasuke's gut. Sasuke was down and got the wind knocked out of him. Irika was about to call the match, but Sasuke stood up. Ready to give up? You haven't landed a hit on me. Shut up, cheater, yelled one of the fangirls. Give up? Your hits don't hurt that much. Well, I'm not hitting you full strength. Sasuke got angered by his taunts again and rushed forward and tried to fake a left straight into a right hook. Naruto dodged the fake and almost took a right hook in the face, but he pulled his head back and did a backflip and ended up kicking Sasuke in the chin with his foot. Sasuke never saw it coming and fell on the ground for the second time. He was furious. Naruto was just toying with him. He stood up and charged at Naruto again, but before he could land a punch, he felt a sharp pain and realized Naruto's foot was jammed in his gut. Pathetic. Itachi is way better than you. The mention of his brother filled the Uchiha with rage. He was so angry he wasn't sparring anymore. He would try to go for the kill. He dashed forward through a right straight, which was caught by Naruto. Then he jumped and spun around to try to land a kick, which Naruto ducked. While Sasuke was in midair, Naruto pulled on Sasuke's caught hand and gave it a pull and kneed Sasuke in the head. Sasuke was dizzy, but he wouldn't give up. He needed to be stronger to get his revenge. Sasuke stood up and started gathering chakra into his lungs. Iruka wasn't paying attention to Sasuke's chakra spike until it was too late. Gaton, Gaki no Jutsu. Sasuke spit out a decently sized fireball hurling towards Naruto. After the fireball traveled 3/4 of the distance, Naruto countered the jutsu. Gaton, Gaki no Jutsu. Naruto spit out a very large fireball that engulfed the smaller fireball and continued to travel towards Sasuke. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw Naruto perform the same jutsu as Sasuke, but made Sasuke's look like a piece of shit. Ino and Hinata were reminded of the time when Naruto saved Hinata from those bullies. Iruka was standing there dumbfounded until he snapped out of the daydream. He was thinking of jutsu he could use to counter with, but he didn't know water jutsu. Suddenly, multiple balls of water were fired at the fireball, eventually putting it out, but before it did, a lot of steam covered the area. While everyone couldn't see very well from the steam, they heard hitting noises and a scream of pain. After the steam cleared, Sasuke was laying on the ground, grabbing his ribs while his cheek starting to swell. "Nice job, Mizuki. Thank God you have an affinity for water," Iruka said. "Now you two come with me. We need to talk to the Hokage." Iruka grabbed both Naruto and Sasuke and shined in front of the Hokage's door. "How can we see the Hokage?" asked Iruka to the secretary. "Sure, nobody is in there right now." Iruka opened the door and dragged the two boys in. "How are you doing, Iruka? Naruto, Sasuke?" "Not good, Hokage-sama. Sasuke over here used a fire jutsu during taijutsu sparring." "What happened? Did anyone get hurt?" "Well, no, Naruto countered with the same technique, but the fire jutsu was much larger." "Okay, boys, it is called taijutsu sparring for a reason. Don't use ninjutsu." "He started it," said Naruto. "I know he did. Sasuke, you need to keep your emotions in check. If it was anyone other than Naruto, you could have seriously hurt them. But I am impressed that you were able to counter a fire jutsu with the same fire jutsu." "Sandame, he almost killed Sasuke with that jutsu. Don't encourage either of them to use any type of jutsu." "Yes, don't use jutsu during a taijutsu spar. If your opponent does, then you can either dodge or counter. Because of this, you two are going to be in detention. Now promise you won't do it again." "Sorry, Hokage-sama, it won't again," said Sasuke. "Sorry, Gigi, I wanted to see if my fireball was better than his." "It won't happen again," Naruto said. Sasuke glared at Naruto and asked him a question. "Why do you even know that technique?" "That is an Uchiha technique. How did you, an unclaimed loser, learn it?" "My teacher was an Uchiha, and he taught it to me." "Who was your teacher?" "Wouldn't you like to know?" "Well, he isn't in the hidden leaf right now." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi face-bombed and hoped that Sasuke did not understand what he said. Luckily, Sasuke thought he meant that the person was dead. Luckily, Sasuke did not remember that Naruto was friends with his brother. Iruka escorted both of the boys to the classroom and forced them to write, "I will not use jutsu in a spar," 500 times. Naruto was sad because he was going to start looking through the scrolls Itachi gave him and learn a few fire jutsu or earth jutsu since Kakashi was still on mission. After writing the phrase 500 times, Naruto left and went directly to the morgue to drop off the thing he borrowed. "Stupid Sasuke had to use a jutsu during our taijutsu spar. I'll kick his ass on the next spar." Naruto waited till the morgue closed, then dropped off the borrowed goods, then headed home. While walking home, he passed by a sunglasses shop that was in process of closing. He quickly ran to the store and asked the store owner if he could quickly buy a pair of sunglasses. He ended up buying 2 different pairs of sunglasses. One looked similar to Ray-Ban Wayfarer sunglasses, and another pair that were similar to Shino's, which he would use to prank him someday. As soon as he put on his new sunglasses, he activated his Sharingan and walked home with it on to see how long he can hold the Sharingan for. He remembered how Itachi would activate his Sharingan just to improve his stamina, and Naruto wondered if the same exercise would apply to him. Naruto walked home slowly, so he could spend more time with his activated Sharingan. Naruto wanted to get used to the Sharingan a little bit since it was different from using his normal eyes. He could see a bunch of different colors coming from the people's chakra and thought it was pretty cool that he could see in that way. Naruto eventually made his way home and eventually went to sleep. Testing day, room 101. Naruto was so excited. His days in the academy were about to be over. Over the 4 years his relationship with Sasuke deteriorated. He tried to sympathize with the guy a few weeks after they almost both killed each other, but the Uchiha did not want to have anything to do with Naruto. Over the 4 years, the Uchiha kept harding in class, really wanting to become the Rookie of the Year. Sasuke didn't want Naruto to have that honor. Little did he know Naruto did not care for that and was content with breezing through the class in the middle of the pack. Sasuke would always challenge Naruto when Iruka allowed choice sparring, but Sasuke got humiliated every time. Sasuke hated his former best friend with a passion. Upon remembering how close his former best friend was with his brother angered him even more. Naruto's relationship with Sasuke ruined his relationship with Sakura. She at first didn't pay much attention to the two's fighting, but after seeing how harshly Naruto treated Sasuke during the spars, she felt angry that he would always beat him into the ground. To Sakura, her friendship with Naruto was worth less than the potential relationship with Sasuke. They were still friends, but they were very distant and would only hang out if they were both invited by Ino. Ino was less of a fangirl than Sakura. She saw how Naruto treated Sasuke in spars, but didn't mind it too much and still remained close friend with Naruto. After Ami apologized to Ino about bullying her, Ino invited Ami to play with them and hang out, and eventually became close friends. Ami's relationship with Naruto got even better after her heartfelt apology. Every day she would try to sit next to Naruto, and ever since she was 11, she would try to get as close to him as possible. It was obvious she wanted Naruto, and Naruto knew that. Naruto himself was not sure if he felt anything for her. She was very persistent, though, and was determined to make her his. Hinata's relationship with Naruto basically stayed the same. She was friends with the boy and had a major crush on him, but she was too shy to do anything about it. She would sometimes follow him around until he mysteriously disappears. Naruto always knew Hinata would stalk him. He thought it was kind of weird, but he let her stalk him if he wasn't doing anything important. Naruto and the guys got even closer than before. Naruto was even able to get Shino to talk a lot more than he used to. Chuji and Naruto would have many ramen eating contests and other foods they both liked. Shikamaru taught Naruto how to play shogi since none of the other boys his age were interested. Naruto found out that, like Chuji, Shikamaru's backpack was filled with items that have nothing to do with school. The only items in Shikamaru's backpack were a shogi board, shogi pieces, his packed lunch, and a pillow if he wanted to sleep on hard ground. Kiba and Naruto were basically brothers. They enjoyed messing with each other, hanging out together, and recently they picked up a new hobby. Kiba was known to be a slight pervert. After hanging out with him for a while, it started to rub off on Naruto, and they would often just sit down and talk about how hot a girl was, and if they would bang her or not. More often than not, Shikamaru would be also sleeping where they are sitting, and Chuji would be eating chips and saying, "If she could cook me a good meal, I would totally bang her." Shino would sit there stoically and tell the two perverts that it is not gentlemanly to talk about such matters right in front of a girl. Kiba got his dog Akamaru about 2 years back, and Naruto loved playing with the dog. Naruto and Iruka eventually got along very well. Iruka eventually realized that Naruto was actually a good person and finally accepted him for who he was. Naruto would pull a lot of pranks, and Iruka would be the one who caught him. He even treated Naruto to ramen multiple times and got to know him a lot better after eating with him. Without a doubt, Naruto was Iruka's favorite student. Naruto's training with Kakashi went really well. After 4 years, he was able to teach Naruto many earth jutsu and help Naruto with some fire jutsu. Naruto found out that Kakashi had a Sharingan after he asked Kakashi if he was doing a chakra control exercise right, and Kakashi moved his headband to check how Naruto was doing it. After finding out Kakashi had the Sharingan, Naruto got very curious and asked many questions about it. This really helped Naruto, since he was able to learn how Kakashi trains his Sharingan, and he learned what the Sharingan could do. He also learned how to put his chakra into weapons with help from Kakashi, who invited his friend Asuma. Kakashi had a lot of time to train Naruto when he didn't have missions because every time he got a Genin team, they would be unable to pass his test. But before Naruto's graduation, he was told that chances were that he would get a certain student that would not be allowed to fail, so he wouldn't be able to train as much. Naruto also asked help from Guy to rate his taijutsu once in a while when Guy came up to Kakashi for a challenge. Guy thought it was unyouthful to deny a young man training, so Naruto helped himself and Kakashi by asking for training. Guy helped him create his own style, which was a mixture of the Goken style, the Namikaze style, and Muay Thai style. Guy was very interested in the Namikaze style and the Muay Thai style, but Naruto told him he created the first style and learned the second one from a scroll. Guy was not familiar with the Namikaze style since Minato himself rarely resorted to taijutsu. Minato was more of a ninjutsu powerhouse more than anything. Guy also introduced weights to Naruto, and it helped increase Naruto's speed and strength slightly, since he only an 8 to 12-year-old boy, and Guy didn't want to stun his growth by introducing big weights. On Naruto's own time, he would learn jutsu from the scrolls Itachi gave him. After 4 years, he was able to master 10 jutsu from the fire side and 10 jutsu from the earth side. Although Naruto could have learned how to perform wind jutsu from Asuma, he only got help from him once, and it was to learn how to channel chakra into a weapon. Naruto also found out that he had very good stamina with his Sharingan and is able to keep it on for the whole day if he had to. The problem with Naruto using the Sharingan was he was forced to wear sunglasses so other people couldn't see his eyes. After training for 4 years, he was able to upgrade his Sharingan from a 1 tomo on each eye to 2 tomo to each eye. Naruto found out that upgrading his Sharingan would take a lot of time and training, but it would be worth it. Naruto found out that with a 1 tomo Sharingan, you are given the ability to see chakra as color and grants enhanced vision. 2 tomo Sharingan give the user the ability to copy jutsu and movements of other people and gives even greater vision. 3 tomo Sharingan grants greater vision than the 2 tomo Sharingan. Can anticipate the opponent's moves by looking at their muscles twitch, but can only anticipate to a certain point and give the ability to put the target under a genjutsu. Back to the exam. Hey guys, it's time for the written test, Irika said. Grumbles were heard around the room. The test was fairly easy, but one question didn't make sense to Naruto. What date did the Yondaime Hokage kill the Kyuubi no Yoko? Naruto raised his hand. Irika approached him. What do you need, Naruto? Well, this question doesn't make sense. Naruto pointed at the Yondaime question. Irika read it, then gulped. He knows. Naruto, just put your birthday. Nobody else in this class knows about that except you. Irika whispered in his ear. Naruto nodded and went back into his test. After the written exam, they did a bunch of pointless exams such as the stealth exam, mental health exam, until they got to the taijutsu exam. Okay, we will be having our taijutsu exam. When we call you up, you will either face Mizuki or I in a taijutsu spar. We will grade you accordingly. Each student went up and performed taijutsu against one of the 2 instructors. The instructors went fairly easy on the kids to avoid injuries. Next was Naruto's turn. Naruto, Uzumaki, you will be going against Mizuki. The demon brat, I'm going to try to injure him, so he can't pass the ninjutsu exam, thought Mizuki. For the first time in the whole exam, Mizuki charged at the student and threw a right straight. Naruto dodged his right, but saw the right straight was a fake and a left hook was about to slam into his face. Naruto ducked under and gave Mizuki an uppercut and a back kick to the gut. Nice work, Naruto. Mizuki lightened up on him. You are being too aggressive. He is still an academy student, said Irika. Naruto went on the offensive and faked a right hook, but instead of throwing a right hook, he dropped down and swept Mizuki, who was expecting a right hook. On the ground, Naruto tried to jump on Mizuki and mount him, but was kicked off. Both fighters got back up and got ready to fight again. Mizuki decided to be the aggressor this time and moved so fast none of the other students could see. Naruto's eyes flashed red, Sharingan, for a second before dodging the right straight and sending a bone-crushing punch to Mizuki's ribs. Mizuki fell back, gripping the area Naruto punched. Nice punch, kid. Both fighters got back into their stances. The spar was either 5 minutes or first knockout. Since against most of the other students, neither instructors were going for the knockout, so it was just 5 minutes of fighting. Naruto had a plan in his mind. Naruto ran up to Mizuki and threw a right straight, hoping Mizuki would be arrogant and catch the punch, which he did. Naruto, that was such an easy-to-catch punch, Mizuki said smugly. Naruto then slid under Mizuki's legs. Mizuki didn't want to let go of Naruto, so he held on and ended up hitting himself on the balls. The blow to his nuts wasn't too hard, so he didn't fall over, but instead was bent over. Naruto then jumped on his back and put him in a rear-naked choke hold and squeezed really tight. Is it okay to hit someone in the balls, sensei? Kiba asked. Well, no, but Mizuki hit himself in the balls, so I don't know. Mizuki was having a hard time getting the kid off. He even slammed him on the ground multiple times, but his grip was still strong, and he was feeling slightly dizzy. Mizuki tried to grab his hands or something to pull on, but was unable to reach. Eventually, Mizuki fell unconscious, and Irika told him to release the hold and check Mizuki's pulse to see if he was still alive. Good job, Naruto. That ball hit was dirty, though, but you already proved you were ready to be a genin before that. Thanks, sensei. When Mizuki awoke, he was furious. He was furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. He started a plan for something else to get rid of that Kyuubi brat. Okay, we will have our ninjutsu test now. For this exam, you have to do the Kawarimi no Jutsu, Hinge no Jutsu, any type of Bunshin no Jutsu, and one non-academy jutsu. The ninjutsu exam was insanely easy. 90% of the class was able to do the requirements. Uchiha Sasuke, your turn. Sasuke did the Kawarimi first and replaced himself with the log in the corner, then Hinge no Irika then made 3 perfect bunshins. For his non-academy jutsu, he asked if he could do it outside. He did his katan, Gokaki no Jutsu, and impressed the whole class. Naruto wasn't impressed. It was just a simple but effective fire jutsu. Uzumaki Naruto, your turn. Naruto was feeling the prankster fever. This is going to be hilarious. First, Naruto kawarimi'd with a log, then did a sealless Kage Bunshin and created 5 shadow clones. Irika was proud of his student. He was a troublemaker, but he was a good student. Then he saw the grin. The grin, every time Naruto grinned like that, that means he was going to prank someone. Irika was too late. Hinge. A large amount of smoke was produced. As the smoke subsided, there were 5 naked teenage blonde girls. They had their hair in 2 ponytails, had Naruto's signature whisker marks, were completely naked, and had 36 C-cup breasts, and only a tiny wisp of smoke was covering the non-existent nipples. 2 of the blonde girls were holding on to Irika, and 2 were holding on to Mizuki, and the last naked blonde girl was posing in the center of the class. All the males in the class flew back because of the intense nosebleed, and the girls were very angry that someone would perform a jutsu like that. Irika had trouble stopping the blood, while Mizuki was passed out with a perverted grin. Irika started shaking Mizuki after the technique, was over-yelling, "What would Tsubaki say?" Naruto, be serious. Now do a jutsu that isn't from the academy. This will get that team. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Kuchiyose no Jutsu. Naruto slammed down a smoke bomb. Karasu Bunsin no Jutsu. Then he hinged the crow clone into a taller Itachi, wearing his ANBU gear with the Sharingan. What the fuck, why is there so much smoke? Said one student. What kind of jutsu is that? Said another student. As the smoke cleared, they saw a man wearing ANBU gear with the Sharingan eyes. Those who knew who the man was felt the blood leaving their face. When Sasuke saw who was there in the classroom, he went batshit crazy. He was desperately trying to get out of his seat to run out the door, but he was blocked in by the fangirls, so he jumped up on the table, and as he tried to run, the man grabbed his hand. Sasuke turned around and saw his older brother looking at him with the Sharingan. "Are you here to finish the job?" Sasuke yelled. Kiba could smell the poo in Sasuke's pants, and everyone saw the yellow liquid that was running down his leg. You are not worth killing. You are pathetic, said the henge crow clone. Naruto dispelled the clone, and crows flew out the window. Sasuke passed out from the fear. Irika was standing there dumbstruck. Mizuki was still passed out from the Harimu no Jutsu. Was that Itachi Uchiha? Suddenly 6 ANBU entered the room. Was Itachi Uchiha seen in this room? It was just a crow clone. Naruto answered. Naruto handed the ANBU a note and asked him to give it to the Hokage, and it was for the Hokage's eyes only. Did I pass? Asked Naruto. Irika was looking at Naruto, still dumbstruck. All the males in the room started laughing at Sasuke because he passed out in a pool of his own piss. Kiba was howling in laughter, saying he shit himself and wet his pants. Naruto, what did you just do? I know for a fact that you cannot summon a human being using the summoning jutsu. Well, you see, I slammed down a smoke bomb, created a crow clone, then hinged it into Itachi Uchiha. Naruto, why would you do that? How do you even know what he looks like? Yelled Irika. It was a prank, and I used to be his friend. Naruto said. We will be back, Irika said before grabbing Naruto and dragging him out of the room and shining into the front of the Hokage's door. The Hokage is waiting for you, said the secretary who winked at Irika. Irika was taken back by the wink. Now that he thought about it, the secretary was pretty hot. She was in her 20s, had black hair, and had a really nice body. What time do you get off work? Irika asked. 7. You shouldn't keep the Hokage waiting. CYA at 7. Irika was so happy and mad at the same time. He was mad because of Naruto's prank, but he was also happy because he got a date because of it. Hokage-sama Naruto here pulled a very messed up prank on Sasuke. Irika said, Naruto, why did you do that? Said Sarutobi. I don't know, want to scare Sasuke. I didn't think that would happen. Naruto said, What are we going to do? Said Irika. Naruto, don't do pranks like that. Or better yet, stop doing pranks. Irika will escort you back to the room, and you'll have to clean it up. Fuck, Okowo. Naruto said. Hokage-sama, will Naruto graduate? I don't know what to do. Yes, he will graduate. He passed everything, right? And technically he did perform a non-academy jutsu. Hi, Irika said before shining with Naruto back into the classroom. Naruto, that was insanely insensitive. Hey, got your date. Shut up, Naruto. Go back to your seat. Yamanaka, Ino? Ino went down and performed the ninjutsu test and passed. 35 academy students passed and became genin. Everyone but Naruto can go, Irika said. They had moved Sasuke's unconscious body outside and had Naruto clean up the mess he made. After he cleaned up Sasuke's urine, Irika handed him his headband. Naruto tied the headband around his forehead and walked out. I guess I did overdo it, but it was hilarious. As he took a step outside, there were a lot of fangirls waiting for him. He booked out of there. While running away, he met up with his friends. Hey guys, Naruto said. Naruto, I can't believe you did that, said an angry Ino. Naruto, that was really messed up, said fangirl Sakura, who was hitting him. I know I'm going to apologize to him tomorrow. Naruto, that was Gold Man. He shit and pissed himself, Kiba said while laughing, and he gave Naruto a high five. You guys are disgusting, said Sakura before she left. Yeah, that was really insensitive, said Ino. I bet it was quite troublesome cleaning that up, said Shikamaru. Shuji didn't say anything while he kept on eating. I thought it was pretty funny, Naruto-kun, said Ami, who was trying to get close to Naruto to touch him. She wants a D-bro, said Kiba. Shut up, yelled Ami as she tried to kick Kiba's ass. So, hey guys, I'm gonna go home and just hang out till tomorrow, said Naruto. Next day. All right, so I took my picture, so now I need to go back to our room to wait for our Jonin sensei. Naruto made his way to the academy and sat in his classroom waiting for the team assignments. Chunin Plus meeting. Yes, it's that time of year again. This year of Academy students have graduated and are going to be putting one of your guys' teams. Saratobi went over the first 6 teams and their Jonin senseis. Team 7 will be led by Hitaki Kakashi. Team 8 will be led by Yuhi Kurinai. Team 9 is still active under Mato Guy. Team 10 will be led by Sarutobi Isama. Oh dear, we have a problem. We have one more Jinin team that doesn't have a sensei. How unfortunate. Well, I'm out of Jonin, but I've always wanted a Jinin team, said Shiranui Genma. Since you are only a Tokubetsu Jonin, I cannot let you become a sensei alone, said Saratobi. Well, I'll be his ko-sensei, said Namishi Rado. I too will be his ko-sensei, said Yamashiro Aoba. Well, I guess Team 13 isn't as unfortunate as I thought. They might be the luckiest team ever. Okay, I'll allow it. In the classroom, Irika was calling off the teams to the students. Team 7 consists of Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Dash. Yes, true love never fails. Eat that Ino pig, said Sakura. As I was saying, the last member is Mamanaku Shurnin, and your Jonin sensei is Hitaki Kakashi. Lucky you guys get Kakashi sensei, said Naruto. Naruto, you know Kakashi? Asked Sakura. Sakura was still mad at Naruto for what happened yesterday, but she needed to know what her sensei would be like. Well, he was a good teacher to me. Taught me some good stuff. Team 8 consists of Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and will be led by Yuhi Kurinai. Kiba tried to give Shino a high five, but Shino just looked at him. Hinata was quite pleased that her sensei would be Kurinai. Team 9 is still active from last year. Team 10 will consist of Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Chuji, Yamanaka Ino, and you will be led by Sarutobi Asoma. I bet this is because of my father. I was chosen for a team before I could walk, said Ino angrily. Troublesome woman. Well, at least I have Chuji, said Shikamaru. Chuji said something incoherent because he was eating at the same time. Irika then said who was in Team 11 and 12 and who their sensei were. And we have Team 13 will consist of Uzumaki Naruto, and Ami and your team will be led by. What the hell? To be announced. The kids ate lunch, then went back in a room to wait for their sensei. I wonder why we are only 2 on one team, and I wonder who our sensei is. Naruto said, maybe they realized that you and I are too good for a third member. They would only get in the way. Ami said, Team 8 come with me. A black-haired woman with red eyes that wore bandages for clothing. Team 10 come with me, said a tan black-haired man with spiky hair and a beard. All the teams left except Team 7 and Team 13. While they were wondering where their sensei were some green-haired kid with brown eyes wearing a brown shirt that says this guy on the front. The kid was looking around then fixed his eyes on Naruto. The guy walked up to Naruto and asked him a question. Naruto, is that you? Asked the green-haired guy. Hey, do I know you from somewhere? Naruto said. I almost didn't know who you were from your clothes. It's me, Kenji. What the fuck? Seriously? Talk about a reunion. Naruto said. You asshole, you remember Naruto, but not me, said Ami. Hey, Ami, what's up? Did you get adopted too? Ami was strangely quiet and looked down. Oh shit, I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's fine, I'll be moving into the Genin apartments today after we meet our sensei. We should go out to eat tonight, Naruto said. Asking me for another date? Ami said. Just like old times, eh? Kenji said. Wait, why are you here? Naruto asked. Well, I've technically been Genin for a year, but I wasn't able to get on a team, so they put me on one this year. Well, the other teams have left. Which team are you on? Ami asked. Team 13. No way, dude. You're on our team? Sweet, Naruto said. And I thought I would have Naruto for myself. Keep your hands off him. What? Kenji said. She's just fucking with you. Right after he said that, 3 men walked in. One had spiky black hair and wore red sunglasses. The second one had his bandana on backwards, had brown hair and eyes, and he was chewing on a Senbon. The third one has weird wrinkle from the middle of his nose to his cheek. We are here to pick up Team 13. The people on Team 13 had eyes as wide as plates. No team has ever had more than 2 sensei, and they get 3. They quickly walked up to them and followed them to Training Area 26. Training Area 26. Okay, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Shiranui Genma. I am a Tokubetsu Jonin. My likes are sunban, making jokes, and winjutsu. I hate power-hungry bitches, people without a sense of humor, and spinach. My goals, I guess, are to have a successful Jonin team and become Jonin one day. Well, my name is Yamashiro Aoba. I, too, am a Tokubetsu Jonin. My likes are crows, messing around and joking, and fire jutsu. I hate those who look down on Tokubetsu Jonin, people that try to be funny, but they're not, and really cocky people. And my goal is to show people that Tokubetsu Jonin could teach as well, if not better than regular or elite Jonin. My name is Reito Namishi, and my rank is also Tokubetsu Jonin. My like to my friends, my sword, and earth jutsu. I hate annoying people, those who are disrespectful, and enemies who like to monologue when they think they have won. My goal is to help you guys become good ninja, and I guess become a Jonin. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My like to my friends, ramen, and training to get stronger. I hate people who have various objects lodged up there, but those who believe they are superior due to their family, and I hate rapists, child molesters, and other bad people. My goal is to become the Hokage one day and protect my home and its inhabitants. My name is Ami, only Ami. I dropped my last name when I moved to the orphanage. I wouldn't mind becoming Uzumaki Ami in the future, though. I like Naruto and my other friends, having a good time, and Dango is pretty good. I hate those who put people down for no reason, those people who look at Naruto weird when we go out to eat, and those who think they are better than others. My dreams for the future are to become a good kunoichi and become Mrs. Uzumaki. The 3 Jonin looked at each other, understanding the silent message. Uzumaki has a fangirl. Hi, my name is Kenji. I like my friends, adoptive family, and finally having a Jonin team and Jonin senseis. I hate D-rank missions, those who pay for D-rank missions, and those who decided that D ranks are mandatory for Jonin. Sorry, it is just that I have been doing D rank missions for a year now. Sure is good money, but I'm tired of it. My goals are to show people that you do not have to belong to a shinobi clan to become a successful ninja. Well, I'm sad to inform you that you will have to do some D rank missions as a team. Sorry, said Genma. Anyways, right now, we would normally perform some kind of exam to test if you guys are ready to become Jonin. But we have decided we like you guys, and we will pass you. But we will be doing 1v1 spars to test your abilities by yourself. Alright, I guess I'll test Kenji. Follow me, please, said Reito before walking over behind the trees to the left side. Mrs. Uzumaki, would you kindly follow me, said Aoba, while walking over behind the trees on the right side of the training ground. Aoba-sensei, I'm a guy, and I'm definitely not a married woman, said Naruto. Oh, not you. Mrs. Uzumaki, not Mr. Uzumaki. Aoba said with a grin. Ami skipped happily and followed Aoba. She was happy that she was called Mrs. Uzumaki. All right, hotshot, you're with me right here, Gama said. 10 minutes later, test is over. All right, you guys seem to be a pretty good bunch of Jonin. Ami, you need to work on your taijutsu a little bit. You are lacking strength, but that can be fixed. But your shuriken jutsu and jinjutsu were pretty good. I didn't even know they taught jinjutsu at the academy. Your ninjutsu was also pretty good. Your clone usage was perfect, and your koorimis were good as well. If I were to rate you right now, I would put you at a newer Jonin level, which is not anything bad since you just graduated the academy, said Aoba. Wow, Ami, I never knew you were so good, said Naruto. Ami blushed at the compliment Naruto gave her. Well, Kenji, your taijutsu and ninjutsu were pretty solid. And by the way, your fighting with your dual kunai was pretty good. I honestly have not seen a person use an enlarged kunai, a big kunai, size comparable to a short sword, in a while. It is a dying style since short swords or tantos are lighter and easier to carry, but it's refreshing to see an old-style resurface. Your shuriken jutsu was average at best. You were not very accurate. And your jinjutsu was pretty bad. You seem more like a short-range fighter than anything, which is not a bad thing at all, said Reito. So that big kunai on your back is called an enlarged kunai? Why didn't you just get a bigger knife or short sword? Asked Ami. Well, my adoptive dad gave it to me, so I wanted to use it. That's cool. Unusual weapons are good, since not many people will know how it works, said Naruto. Naruto, I was quite surprised with your performance. If I had never seen you before and sparred like that, I would assume you've been Jinin for a while and will possibly be taking the Chunin exams. Your taijutsu style was one I had never seen before. Sometimes it was a very quick style, which aimed to hit vital spots in some sort of assassination taijutsu style, and sometimes it would become very powerful strikes with punches and kicks, which remind me of Guy's Goken style. You also threw in some kind of weird grappling taijutsu. Those knees were deadly. You showed a variety of ninjutsu that I have no idea how you could have learned. Have you been doing elemental training since you performed some earth jutsu? You also seem to have big chakra reserves considering that you spent like half of the fight chucking ninjutsu at me nonstop. You were not able to perform genjutsu, or at least didn't try to, which is acceptable since genjutsu isn't gone over much in the academy. But you were able to dispel a C rank genjutsu that I put on you. If I were to put you up with the other kids your age, I wouldn't be surprised if you beat them. The only ones I think that have a chance of beating you are Hyuga and Uchiha Sasuke if he unlocks his Sharingan, said Genma. Well, that was a pretty good assessment, but I was holding back a bit. I only used my Earth Jutsu and kept my fire secret. I also didn't use my Serenity and only used C-rank ninjutsu. Although if I went all out, I would probably be around a semi-experienced Chunin level, thought Naruto. Since we now know about your individual abilities and such, we would like to train you guys to learn how to do elemental manipulation. This is normally a Chunin level thing or experienced Genin level thing, but we would like to get you started early with lower rank jutsu. I assume Naruto is an earth user because of those techniques he showed me. We will show you how to know if which elemental affinities you were born with. Most people are born with one affinity, but some are born with two or none, said Rado. Rado handed Aoba and Gunma a piece of chakra paper, and all three of them channeled chakra into the paper at the same time. Rado's paper crinkled slightly before turning into dust. Aoba's paper got wet in the corner before being set ablaze. Gunma's paper received 2 cuts and got a little wet. As you can see, I have a strong wind affinity with a tiny water affinity, which I learned over the years. Aoba, on the other hand, has the strong fire affinity with a small water affinity that he must have picked up over time. Rado, on the other hand, has an earth affinity with a decent affinity with lightning. He was one of the lucky few to have 2 elemental affinities at birth, said Genma. Genma asked Rado to give the kids each a piece of chakra paper and explain to them how to do it. Kenji went first and channeled chakra into the paper. As he channeled chakra into the paper, it crinkled, showing his affinity for lighting. Lightning. That one is not very common here, said Rado. Naruto-kun, this paper will show you how I feel when you look at me. I hope I get fire or earth or something cool. Then I can tell him he ignites a passion in me, or his beautiful eyes makes my legs crumble. Ami channeled her chakra into the paper, and it got soaked. The Jonin senseis laughed really hard when they found out her affinity. Naruto didn't really understand. Although he was slightly perverted, he didn't really know much about the female body. Oh my Naruto-kun, apparently when you look at me I get wet, Ami said seductively. Well, that is not good. Do you need help finding a restroom? Naruto said, since he thought she peed herself or was in the process of peeing herself. Yes, will you escort me to the restroom and give me what I desire? Ami said. Naruto assumed she really needed to go to the restroom. I'm sure I think the restroom is this way. Naruto said. Naruto-kun, is it okay if we do it at your house or my house? Oh, I guess you aren't comfortable using a public restroom. That's fine, public restrooms are kind of gross anyways. I think your house would be better since you need to change your pants after wetting yourself, said the oblivious Naruto. Alright, that's enough. Ami, stop trying to take advantage of Naruto when he has no idea what you're talking about. We still need to know Naruto's affinity, even though we are pretty sure he is an earth user. Naruto, before channeling chakra into the paper, reached inside his pocket and pulled out his sunglasses. He wanted to activate his Sharingan so he can see what Itachi and Kakashi saw when they checked him 5 years ago. He activated his Sharingan and channeled chakra into his eyes, while he also channeled chakra into the paper. Since Naruto only had a two-tomo Sharingan, he couldn't see as well as Kakashi or Itachi. He saw the paper get cut multiple times into tiny pieces before the tiny pieces just disintegrated. The three Tokubetsu Jonin were looking wondering what happened. Genma was the first to speak because he felt some wind chakra being used. I think he has a very powerful affinity to wind chakra. Congratulations, Naruto, you have the rarest element in the land of fire, said Genma. I'm not too sure about that. I felt some heat emanating from where the paper was. He might have fire and wind, said Aoba. Well, I don't know how to detect fire chakra, so I don't know, said Genma. Well, this is very confusing because I felt like there was some earth chakra in there. I don't know, though, because it was so fast, said Rado. Sensei, I recommend you talk to the Hokage about this. He'll be able to give you guys the information you need, said Naruto. Okay. You guys can just spar or something till we get back, Genma said. The three shunned Shine to the Hokage's office. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan and put away his sunglasses. He got into his taijutsu stance and confused the other two. Who are you going to spar first? Asked Ami. Why not both of you? Said Naruto before the three started fighting. In the Hokage's office, the three Tokubetsu Jonin asked about one of their students. The Hokage filled them in about his elemental affinities and how he was probably holding back during their fight because the Hokage was sure Naruto trained with fire before learning Earth. He also told them about how Naruto has already experienced his first kill, and he told them the details on why he had to do it. The three Tokubetsu Jonin were surprised that Naruto had 3 elemental affinities, and a person would try to do that to a child, and felt bad for Naruto because he was forced to kill someone at such a young age. After speaking with the Hokage, the 3 Tokubetsu Jonin headed back to Training Ground 26. Training Ground 26. Naruto ducked under a right hook that was thrown by Kenji. After ducking, he snapped Kenji's head back with 2 quick jabs before he had to jump up because Ami tried to sweep him. Ami and Kenji were both using the Academy-style taijutsu since they had no other choice. The Academy-style taijutsu was a solid taijutsu style since it is very easy to learn and almost everyone could do it. The problem was against Naruto's style. They stood no chance, especially since they didn't have any teamwork. It was basically 1v1, then another 1v1, after which Naruto's style was very good at. Ami rushed forward and jumped in the air and attempted to hit Naruto with a front kick. Naruto easily blocked, but he was wondering why Ami would do that, unless it was a distraction. Naruto caught the plan quickly and ducked, and weaved as Kenji started assaulting him. Naruto took a few hits here and there, but nothing that would hurt a lot. Naruto had an idea. He ran up to both of them, which surprised them since he had been on the defensive the whole time. Naruto looked like he was going to punch Kenji in the face, but right before he would have walked close enough to punch him, he dropped on the ground and kicked Kenji in the chin upward. Ami saw Naruto on the ground, so she tried to hit him with an axe kick. Naruto rolled to the side and got up. Kenji hit the ground, not very gracefully. Naruto knew now that Kenji would be a little bit slower now from the damage he just took. Naruto then rushed forward, dodging the side kick Ami shot at him, and ducked under Kenji's right straight and grabbed a mound of flesh that was very close to Ami's, but her leg is still in the air because of the side kick, and pushed her, causing her to fall down. Kenji trying to barrage Naruto with a flurry of punches. He had hit Naruto quite a bit, but he made a mistake by slowing down. When he attempted to hit Naruto with a left straight, Naruto put his right arm forward to block the punch, while allowing him to put his hand behind Kenji's head. Naruto then pulled him close and delivered a powerful uppercut to his chin, which knocked Kenji back a few feet and didn't give him enough time to block Naruto's flying knee to the chest, which shot Kenji into a nearby tree, knocking him out. Since Naruto had been focusing on Kenji, he was not able to react in time as Ami hit him with her most powerful right straight. Naruto took a few steps backwards and did his best blocking her punches. A few punches snaked its way in, but didn't do too much damage since Ami didn't have that much strength. Naruto was ducking and weaving until he could find a break in her combo. He found one after he ducked under her left straight and threw a quick left jab to her face. He ducked again under her right hook and landed a quick right hook into an uppercut. She started backing up, then Naruto dashed forward for a takedown since she was blocking every inch of her upper body. Naruto was able to take her down and mounted her. "Oh my Naruto, I didn't know you were like that," said a voice behind him. When Naruto turned around, Kakashi was looking at him smiling. The only way to tell if Kakashi is smiling is if his eye is in some kind of upside-down U shape. Naruto didn't know what he was talking about until he turned around and saw Ami blushing at how close his package was to her face. He then realized what Kakashi was implying and quickly jumped off. "I didn't do anything, I swear," Naruto yelled. "Naruto, I can't believe you tried to do that to me," Ami said with pretend tears in her eyes. "Naruto, I thought you were better than that," Kakashi teased. "That was an accident. We were sparring." "We were sparring then, after you knocked out Kenji, you thought you could take advantage of me," said Ami, pretending to cry again. But, it's okay, Naruto. I know your hormones may be acting up once in a while, but you can't do that to a girl." "Naruto, you owe me. I was so scared," said Ami. "I'll do anything. Just forget about what happened there." "Okay," said Ami happily. "Haha, sucker," Ami thought. Rado, Ginma, and Aoba shunshined right next to Kakashi and was wondering what happened. They looked around to see an unconscious Kenji under a tree, a very happy Ami, and a very embarrassed Naruto with Kakashi there. "What happened?" asked Ginma. "Well, nothing much. I just came here and found one guy unconscious and the other guy on top of the girl. No big deal, right?" said Kakashi. "Honestly, I bet she liked it," said Aoba with a smirk. "Hey, yeah, Domi. No kidding. She was probably mad when you said something and made him get off." For another 20 minutes, they continued to tease Naruto and Ami. After they were finished teasing and Kenji woke up, they told Ami to spar with Kenji while they re-evaluate Naruto. "Naruto the Sandame told us you were holding back in the last spar. Just fight me like you mean it. I won't make you leave the team or anything. This will just show us what we should teach you. Genma Zenzai. I need help to do wind jutsu. I don't know how to turn my chakra into wind chakra." "Okay, we will do elemental training after our spar." Naruto went into his taijutsu stance to show he was ready. Ginma went into his, and surprisingly Gunma still used a more advanced form of the academy style. Naruto ran forward while dropping his weights. The weights weren't too heavy. He only had 25 pounds on each limb, but they doubled his speed since he is normally only weighing like 105 pounds. Naruto was running so fast he looked like he had 4 legs. To a civilian or a genin, he was really hard to follow because of his speed, but to a chunin or jonin, they can see him fine. Naruto ran and threw a fake right hook at Ginma before running behind him and tried to kick him. Ginma blocked it by quickly turning around after he noticed Naruto disappear. Naruto kept trying his luck at getting a hit on Ginma by tricking him, but Ginma saw through all of his attempts. This was standard since Gunma was a Tokubetsu Jonin and he was just a recently graduated genin. Naruto then created 5 shadow clones and sent them towards Ganma to try to find a weakness in his style. Ginma easily dispelled each clone and looked at Naruto and told him to come at him. Naruto realized that his clones sent him information about Ginma's style. Naruto repeated using the clones 4 times until he thought he had a chance to slip through Ginma's defense. Naruto again created some clones and charged with them. As the first clone and second clone charged forward, both getting dispelled, easily Naruto kicked Ginma in the chin because he couldn't see from the smoke. As Ginma flew in the air, Naruto threw 10 shuriken at him and performed hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. You know what this is? The 10 shuriken multiplied into 100. After the shuriken multiplied, Naruto performed more hand seals. Ginma was in mid-air, so he was unable to dodge, so he resorted to ninjutsu. Futon, Rapusho, Gale Palm. Genma blew the shuriken that were headed towards him away. Little did he know he was not yet safe. Katan, Gokaki no Jutsu, Grand Fireball. Genma was still in midair, so he still couldn't dodge. There was also no nearby water source for him to do any of his low-level water jutsu, and his affinity wasn't strong enough to pull water from the air. He also was too far to see anything nearby to Kawarimi with. Since he had no choice, he used the Shunshin no Jutsu, Body Flicker. Shunshins are normally used to travel quickly because of the burst of speed it gives you, but it also uses a large amount of chakra and lets the opponent know where you end up because of the large amount of chakra used. Naruto saw that Genma Shunshin behind him, so he jumped forward and did a front flip while spinning clockwise and threw a barrage of shuriken and kunai while in midair. Nice trick, Naruto. Not too many genin could do flashy stuff like that, said Genma, while blocking the kunai and shuriken with two of his kunai knives. Naruto unsealed his Burrito and pulled out a kunai on his left hand. He dashed directly at Genma. Naruto did a horizontal swipe with his Burrito, right hand, which Genma ducked. As his blade missed Genma, he used the momentum caused by the slash to drive his kunai down hard. Genma saw this and brought up his two kunai in a X position to catch the blow. Naruto's blow had a lot of strength in it and almost made it past the kunai. After his blow was blocked, he jumped back and did a few back flips and put his kunai on his mouth. Naruto summoned 5 clones and performed hand seals. Doton, son of Bakori, Dust Cloud. As he said this, he slammed his hands on the ground, kicking up the dust and making it hard to see and breath. Naruto took out the kunai from his mouth with his left hand and ran into the giant cloud of dust with his shadow clones. Genma had no idea where Naruto would come from, so he decided to get rid of the dust. Futon de Tapa. After performing the jutsu, he noticed he knocked away 2 shadow clones which dispelled, and there were only 3 Narutos standing. They all charged at the same time, trying to cut the Tokubetsu Jonin. He was backing up and blocking the 3 Narutos until he noticed he was only fighting 2. He looked all around him, but didn't see a sign. When he looked up, Naruto was going to nail him with an axe kick. He did back flips to get away. Then he saw all of the Narutos run at him, but he had an idea. As the first 2 ran up to him, he ducked and spun in clockwise motion to dispel the 2 clones. Before he was going to charge at the last Naruto, a hand from underground pulled him down, and the other Naruto swung his Burrito at Genma's neck. After the impact was made, Naruto realized he cut a log in half. Naruto then heard leaves rustling behind him. He turned around and blocked with his kunai. A senbon had lodged itself halfway inside Naruto's kunai. What the fuck? Naruto said before he was about to be hailed by senbons. Doton Dorihiki. Naruto spit out some mud in front of him, and it hardened to create a wall. The wall was able to block all the senbons, but when he looked where Genma was before, he got kicked in the back and skidded a few feet. Naruto charged at Genma, and they fought a fierce battle of taijutsu. Naruto saw Genma throw a right straight, so he ducked under it, jabbed Genma on the left side of his face, and created a shadow clone behind Genma. Genma was shocked that Naruto landed a hit, so he took a step back, but instead got tripped by the shadow clone behind him. Naruto saw him fall and felt like he had the advantage and could capitalize on it. Naruto jumped on top of the fallen Genma and hit him with his right hand. Naruto mounted him and started pounding him as much as he could. Genma was trying to dodge from under while in the full guard position. Naruto got a few decent blows before Genma kicked him off. Both fighters got up and got back into their stances. Naruto ran at him and midway created a shadow clone, which jumped up and tried to kick Genma in the face, but was dispelled. Genma found out it was a distraction when the original Naruto kicked both of his legs, causing him to fall. Naruto got up and chucked a barrage of shuriken at Genma, who was forced to Kawarimi with a log. Naruto saw that there was a slight distance between them and started going through hand seals. Naruto at this point was quite tired, and although he still had a good amount of chakra left, he was going to try to finish it. Doton, Seketsu Tarapu, Stone Pillar Trap. 5 stone pillars came out of the ground and held Gunma in place. Wow, how does he know this jutsu? I remember some IWA Nin used this on me before. Naruto created a shadow clone, and both of them furiously did hand seals while pouring chakra into his lungs and coating his trachea and all the way up to his mouth with chakra. He did this since his next fire attack would be pumped with a ton of chakra, and he didn't want to hurt himself. He held his breath for as long as possible, trying to get as much chakra into the next jutsu as possible, since the next jutsu took a large amount of chakra to do since it was a B rank ninjutsu. Katan, so Endorgan Burisu, Twin Dragon Breath. Naruto had put a large amount of chakra behind the technique, and both he and his clone spit out a large stream of blue fire each. When the two streams of blue fire met, it expanded greatly and destroyed the forest in front of him. The fire was so hot the trees burned down within seconds of touching the blue fire. If it had been human flesh, it would not have lasted long under the intense heat. Naruto was scared since he thought he killed his sensei. He only had recently been practicing the said technique, and he kept overloading it with chakra because he had not mastered it yet. Naruto, are you trying to kill me? Kami, that was a hot fire. Well, you did pretty well. I was holding back a little bit and let you be the aggressor. If you had more experience and got physically stronger and faster, which will happen naturally as you grow, you would easily be able to beat many experienced Chunin. Right now, you can definitely hang with or defeat the newer Chunin to the mildly experienced Chunin. Like I said, you will still be on our Genin team, and we won't remove you or anything. As Gunma finished his sentence, the other 2 Genin on their team came running in. What happened? You guys left us to spar there. Then suddenly we saw some pretty blue fire and smoke from here. Ami said, Aoba-sensei, was that you? Asked Kenji. Well, no. Well, Naruto and Gunma had a redo of their test because we found out Naruto was holding back a bit. And Naruto ended up doing this jutsu and burning the forest over there. Aoba said while pointing at the black land that used to be a forested area. Kenji looked at Naruto like he had 2 heads, and Ami was looking at him with sparkles on her eyes. Okay, we will now show you how to manipulate your elements, said Rado. For the next 3 hours, they performed exercises which helped them be able to manipulate their elements. Naruto was told to do the leaf-cutting exercise since he already knew how to do fire and earth. Ami was brought to the lake, where Aoba told her to try to feel the water, then try to create a small twister in the water. Kenji was told to try to create lightning chakra and release it to a nearby tree. At the end of the 3 hours, each one of them had a better idea of how to use their elements, but they wouldn't be taught jutsu for a while. All right, guys, good work today. Tomorrow meet up here at 9, and be sure you pack lunch and eat a good breakfast since we'll be working you into the ground tomorrow, said Genma before the 3 Tokubetsu Jonin left for the Jonin bar.